all planners include some kind of quote at the bottom of their pages, and all planners, almost all of them, come in Japanese and English. But not all of these planners are going to be for you. So let's dive into these stacks each one by one and talk about the pros and the cons so that you can make your decision for buying this year and beyond. And we're going to start with the original. This is the Hobonichi Techo Original. My particular copy is from 2023 when I used it as a daily journal, but the features are basically the same. This is considered a starter planner. It's actually the official recommendation of where to start if this is your first Hobonichi from the brand itself. It's very beginner friendly and it gives a good feel for what Hobonichi has to offer. It has a number of different layouts. It has these yearly layouts, which cover the 12 months of the year. It has a monthly layout that looks like this. And of course, it has the daily layout that I already mentioned. I have by turns found this an excellent planner for some basic daily planning when I don't need a lot of room, and also an excellent planner for a quick daily journaling. Let me find a page in my daily journal that I can actually show you. Okay, so this is Barbenheimer. And this was the kind of daily journaling that I was doing in 2023. I used a lot of color, I pasted in photos. This was my use case, but you can also use it for some basic daily planning, and I think that is one of the intentions, as the daily layout has a timeline here, check boxes, all of that kind of good stuff. It is A6 size, so it's quite small, quite portable, and really has everything you need. It also comes in a couple of different varieties. The first variety I want to mention is the Avec. So the Avec is just a split planner model, so it takes about half of the space, like it is half the size of one of these in terms of its amount of pages. The first half will have January to June, and then the second half will have July to December. So if you like a thinner book, or if you really want to pack your book with a lot of stickers or add-ins or, photos or whatever, you might want to look into the Avec version. I don't actually have one to show you, but you can look it up, or I'll put a screenshot up on the screen. The other variety it comes in is the English planner book. I think a lot of people, including Hobonichi, would probably list this as a separate planner, but I think it belongs with the Hobonichi Techo Original in sort of that consideration, because it is basically the same planner. It's black, which is slightly different. It has a slightly differently textured cover, but it's mostly the same. It's also got the yearly layout. It's also got the monthly layout. And then of course it also has the daily layout. As you can see, the daily layout in the English version is slightly different than the daily layout in the original. The grid size is a little bit larger. This is a different design up here, but the same basic information. There are no checkboxes. It still has the timeline. It's less detailed, and there's no sort of invisible dividing line. I'll also say these monthly overview pages are in the original. For every month you get this blank page. In the English planner book version, it is lined, so that's another design difference, but again, same basic function. This planner also comes in the HON or HON variety. I do have a HON. It is a hardback version of this. I'm going to get to this after I talk about the Hobonichi Cousin, which is coming up next. So we'll learn a little bit more about what differences the HON has versus the original sort of like card stock cover planners. So I've talked a lot about the pros so far. It's a really good little book, but some cons are if you get the original or the Avec or the English planner version with this cardboard cardstock cover, you will likely also need to purchase an additional cover. This is broadly what the covers look like. This is not an actual Hobonichi cover. This is a seller on Etsy who remade a cover in the Hobonichi design, and I did purchase this for my A6. So the planner slips in, back here, and then when you hold it, it is significantly bulkier than when you just had the original book. These types of covers can easily add another $40 minimum to your planner purchase, probably more, whether you buy a cover directly from Hobonichi or through a seller on Etsy like I did. Then they also make cover on covers, which are this plastic cover to go on top of your cover so that the cover that is protecting your planner does not get ruined. So it can kind of be a rabbit hole. I'll also say if you have big handwriting or need big lines, this book is probably not for you. Even with average size hands, I found myself sort of falling off the page in a way that I didn't like when I was writing in these planners. So If you have tiny handwriting, average to small hands, this might work, but if you have bigger handwriting or bigger hands, I think this would be a little bit too small for you. Okay, let's move on to the Techo's cooler older sister, the Hobonichi Techo Cousin. This is an A5 size planner, which means it is twice the size of the Techo original. It has way more cool layouts in my opinion. So there's the yearly layout with 6 months to a page instead of the 4. It also has an iconic weekly layout. Probably the reason most people buy this planner is for the weekly layout because the original does not have it. And then there is, of course, the daily layout. We find like the beginning of a month. We can see that it also has that blank page for the beginning of the month daily layout like this. This is an expansive all-in-one planner and it is heavy. I mean, just the basic book is not too bad, but when you start filling it up or start writing in it, start tipping things in and get a cover for it, it can be pretty heavy. This also comes in the Avec, so half of the year in one book, half of the year in the other book, and it comes in what's called the HON or the Han version. This is actually the planner I have been using for the majority of 2025. This is my 2025 Han. Has all the same, layouts and stuff that I've been talking about. It also has this wide daily layout. So for example, this is how I usually use this page. I often have a schedule with some priorities that I'm trying to get done, or I will use it as a notes page when I don't have anything else to put on the daily layout. The difference with the Han is just that it has this hard cover, so it's more durable. You can throw it in your bag and you don't need to buy an additional cover for your book. Compare this to the standard Hobonichi cover, which looks like this. I got this, I think, in 2021. Whenever they first released it, I picked up the Animal Crossing cover, and this makes this guy really heavy, really bulky. Yes, you can throw it in your bag or leave it on your desk or whatever, but it is just pretty heavy. I think the HONs are a little bit lighter in terms of the hand feel. I like the hand feel better of touching this hard cover rather than this sort of like squishy, plasticky fabric cover that goes on top of a Cousin. To each their own, of course, but I recommend if you really like the Cousin, but you are looking for something a little bit more durable and you don't want to spend the cash on a cover, spend the like 15-20 bucks more, whatever it is, to buy the HON version. I've been having a really good time with it. So the main pro of this planner is that it really can do it all with every single type of layout, monthly, weekly, and daily, and there's plenty of room to write in each and every single one of them. It's big enough to hold all of your thoughts. I have never run out of space on a daily page. If I need to write down meeting notes, task lists, schedules, jot down my thoughts, project plan something, this can really do it all. And all of the layouts are super versatile, which allows for really detailed things like time tracking or really expansive things like brainstorming. A lot of people use this book to draw in or paste things in or journal in a really expressive way. Also, if you have bigger hands or bigger handwriting, this will still be great for you. I've seen people who open up these daily pages and take the grids 2 at a time to write their, plans and thoughts out instead of just 1 at a time, which can make this really, really valuable if you like the Techo original, but you just have bigger handwriting and or bigger hands. I already mentioned one of the biggest cons, which is that you need to get some kind of protective cover. Once again, the HON really helps with this because it is a hardcover, and the Hobonichi Techo original comes in the HON version, so it's not just the Cousin that has this hardback version now, it's also the Techo original. I don't have a Techo original hardback version to show you because I've been working through the Cousin and I really like it, but I think this would meaningfully make a difference. If I were to purchase the Hobonichi Techo again, I would go for an HON just because I really like the hardcover. Another con of this is that it's just a big planner. I have found by turns that this planner is too heavy for me to carry everywhere. Right now, I am carrying my 2025 planner everywhere with me, and it's not so bad. But I think if I were to carry it absolutely everywhere, like I carry this basically from my desk job to my desk at home to the office. So it goes from desk to desk, and I only really need to put it in my backpack, which already has my laptop, my water bottle, everything I need for work. But this is not an on-the-go planner. Like I wouldn't just pull this out just anywhere. I need a table, I need a lot of space to use it because it's very big. And with all of this plentiful space in the dailies, it will feel huge to you. It can sometimes also feel like a real commitment to use this book. With this layout, you have a lot to manage, plus the weeklies, plus the monthlies. There are just a lot of layouts and there's a lot of space in this book. So if you're not sure about this book or you think you don't really have that much information or daily plans or thoughts or journaling entries that you're going to fill it up with, you might forego it. But if you want an all-in-one solution and you don't mind carrying around a little bit of a heavier object, the Cousin really can't be beat, in my opinion. Now let's talk about the weeks. I'm actually going to use this one to demonstrate because it's the most traditional weeks that I have. The Hobonichi Weeks is wallet-sized. It is designed to fit right in your bag or pocket. It's super thin. It's super light. Even lighter than the original, like significantly lighter than the original. It has this yearly page, it has a month page, it has a weeks page that looks like this, horizontal weekly with a memo page on the side, and then in the back of the book it has about 70 just completely blank pages that you can use for notes pages. So it's very small, very portable, ultra thin. I love the Weeks planner as a contrast to how large things like the Cousin are, or like using daily pages like in the Techo. I do really love the Weeks, so I am a big fan of this planner. This weekly layout is something that I've used in many other planners like college, like the Moleskine planners have a similar layout. When I was using Moleskine planners in college, it was an easy switch to make to the Hobonichi Weeks because of the same layout. Another one that's very thoughtfully designed, it has these little markers here on the weeks so that you can easily draw like straight lines down the page if you wanted to divide the horizontal weekly into things like my schedules on this side, and then my meals are in this middle column, and then my tasks are in this column, however you want to use it. Additionally, there's another sort of like invisible line right here that enables you to draw another column if you wish, or you can just ignore it and write all over the page. I've done both. So this is a big pro for me. It actually holds way more than you think. The back pages are also awesome for thought dumping or additional planning, hosting your trackers, making up lists, using it as a scratch pad. It's basically a planner in the front, a notebook in the back, and that can be really awesome to just have with you on the go. Another one of the pros is that it comes in a lot of varieties. So this is sort of a basic mono color version, and they do release a series of Hobonichi Weeks that are just solid colors, but they also release a bunch of different covers that have unique little designs on them, sort of fun foiling on them, all that kind of stuff. I will say the HON planners for the original and the Cousin also come in these types of covers now, so you can get a lot of customization done with the HON, just as you can with the Weeks. But there are certain like quirks to the Weeks designs that I just think make them really charming. And it can come in also leather covers, which will not lie flat at first, as most of the other planners do, but I've heard people can train their Hobonichi Weeks leather covers to lie flat. The other things I want to mention, varieties about the Weeks that I think make them really cool, is that they also come in this sneaker Weeks version, so it's slightly smaller than the regular Weeks. You can see there's like a little bit of overhang here, a little bit of overhang here. Slightly smaller, and the cover is much more bendy. So if you wanted a version that was a little bit more bendy, a little bit more flexible, and slightly smaller, the sneaker Weeks is a very good option for you. Again, it's just a little bit weaker than the covers here because these are hard covers, but it does the job fine. Hobonichi Weeks also come in a mega version. So this is actually a mega Hobonichi sneaker Weeks that I have, and you can see that it is significantly thicker than the regular Hobonichi Weeks. So just to clarify, they do make these hardback hardcover in the mega versions. I just only happen to have a sneaker Weeks mega, but they do make these hardback covers in the mega size. And what the mega size basically means is that it has twice the amount, I think like 3 times the amount of notes pages in the back. So this has something like 200 pages. Yeah, 211. So it's like literally 3 times the amount of notes pages. So if you think you're going to use those notes pages in the back of the Weeks a lot, I recommend getting a mega version. And if you want a slightly, slimmer version of the mega, get the sneaker Weeks mega, or just get a sneaker Weeks for the slightly smaller size. Another pro/con is the cream paper. So this is a cream color in contrast to the white color. Hope that's coming up on camera. In contrast to the white color of most of the other planners, this cream color is easier on the eyes. It's a little bit more nice to look at. There's not as much strain your eye has to do to look at this as it has to do to look at a bright white page. Some people really don't like this. I don't know why. So for some people it's a huge con. For me, it's a huge plus. I love the cream paper. I think it's very charming, and also the eye strain does matter to me. I'll also say a couple of cons. While I adore the weekly layout and love the memos pages in the back, the yearly and monthly I find basically unusable because they are so small. So this is like really tiny. I can barely write like overviews of what's coming up for me. And even then, I have to abbreviate pretty heavily. The months are also pretty tiny. They don't look that tiny, and I know people pack a lot into their monthlies, but they are pretty tiny, and I don't usually use them when I'm in the weeks. I will say I have had some experiments that have gone pretty well. So what you see on the page right now is something I call my distraction method, which is a way to use the monthlies that I think is pretty unique to how I like to document my work life. I will leave my most recent video about my distraction method up in the cards if you're curious. So you might want to get a little creative with these smaller layouts in the beginning of the planner, but if you don't mind that, or if you think that that's not a huge deal to you, the weekly layout is really, really nice. It's one of my favorites. I love this planner. All right, let's talk day free. And I actually only have the Hobonichi A6 day free. It's the same size as the Techo original. Of course, a lot thinner because it has just a lot fewer layouts, but there is also a version of the day free that is large like the Hobonichi cousin. It's an A5 version. It's the same size as the cousin, but the same width as the Hobonichi Techo, the same depth of pages as the Hobonichi day free. So the main difference between the day free and all of the other layouts is that it does not have any daily or weekly layout. It only has the yearly layouts up at the top and the monthly layouts here, and these are the same size yearly and monthly as are in the Hobonichi Techo original. And then in the back, it has a bunch of blank pages. So these are what the blank pages look like. Nice invisible lines so that you can either, write things in columns, or you can just completely ignore that if you choose. I think this has like 200 memo pages. Yeah, so like 168, 170 memo pages. So it's a very thin, very portable, very usable little book. If you buy the A6, you can throw it in a bag super easily. If you buy the A5, you have plenty more room on these memo pages to write whatever your little heart desires. There are no other varieties of the day free. They don't come in an HON version. They don't come in a version with a fancy cover. They don't come in a version with extra pages in the back. This is what you get when you get the day free. I will say, since it doesn't come in any other versions, this cover is pretty weak. You are going to want to buy an additional cover on top of it, but even this is still really thin, so this will add money to your order, and if you're concerned about that, you may not want to get this planner. But it's not nearly as bulky as the Hobonichi cousin is when the cousin is inside a planner cover. It is pretty slim, pretty usable. I do recommend this planner if you are a monthly planner type of person. For me, I'm not a monthly planner type of person, so I bought this, I attempted it, it didn't really work for me, but if you are a monthly person, this could be really useful for you. By the way, slight aside here, I just wanted to mention that I just launched a newsletter. So I'm planning on sending an edition out to everyone subscribed to the newsletter when I have decided what I actually want to buy from Hobonichi for this following year. So if you want to know first what's on my shopping list, sign up using the link in the description or use the QR code on screen. The next book I want to talk about is the 5-Year Diary. This boy is so big. I love him. Essentially, the 5-Year Diary is a more luxurious and thus much more expensive product from Hobonichi. It has this nice leather cover, gold foil embossing on the front and on the spine. It has all the same great features of the other planners. It lies flat. It has Tomo River paper. It also does have the cream pages just like in the Weeks planner, which again I like. And its basic construction is just that it has these dated daily pages, and then it has a box for every day over the next 5 years. So this is August 30th, and it has a spot for me to write what happened in 2025, what happened in 2026, 2027, 2028, 29. And then it has this blank memo page over here on the side that you can use for pretty much anything. I've seen so many people use so many different things for this, and I think it leads to some really awesome journaling that you can keep forever. It's sort of billed as a keepsake. There's also this string bookmark, which I don't really care about. I don't really care about the string bookmarks, but it has it if you do care about that. In the back, it also has yearly pages for you to write sort of what happened during the year, a place to write, your favorite entries. Down at the bottom, there is no front matter here, so it just has the calendar schedules for the year, but there's no like monthly or anything. It just goes right into the daily page. So this notebook is meant to be used for many, many years. I bought mine last year. I'm looking forward to using it for the next 5 years. This is the A5 version, so same size as the Hobonichi cousin, but it does also come in a smaller size. It comes in the A6 size, so it would be about that big, and the layout would be equally as small, so these 5 sections would have to fit in this tiny book. I chose the A5 version when buying mine because I know myself and I know that I write a lot. I cannot be contained by an A6 size, so I needed the A5. And I love this book. I genuinely do. But it's significantly more expensive because you get significantly more product for your price point. Are there cons? I don't know. No cons. I freaking love this. And I think the cover is so beautiful. The last thing I want to talk about, and I don't have a visual for this, so I am sorry, is the app, the phone app. So this year, for the first time, Hobonichi is launching an app. It's a journaling app. It looks very fun and very sweet. I will leave the link to the page that talks about the app in the description box below because I have not personally tried it. Nobody has tried it. It's not on the market yet. It's going to be released in Japan in September, and then it's going to do a global release in December. So if you are interested, that is the timeline. I'm going to still give you some pros and cons that I was able to glean based on the product page. First, the pros. It is free. This is a huge thing considering the price point of all of these other techos. If you like Hobonichi and you want to be part of the cult, but you don't have the money, this app will still enable you to interact with the brand, take advantage of some of its cool design features without paying the pretty price for the product. The design also looks really cute. It definitely looks like it belongs in their planner lineup. It has the sort of same like fun, whimsical energy that most of the techos have. And it's also very convenient. It's right in your phone, so you can actually take it everywhere, unlike the Cousin, unlike the 5-year. You can actually bring this with you wherever you go and write in it right from your phone or document in it right from your phone. Plus, it purports to gather intel from all of your other apps and use that information to fill itself out, essentially creating an automatic recording from things like your calendar appointments, photos, locations, so that you have that complete and automatic record of your day without even trying. And then you can go back in and add additional context in a journaling way if you want. Now let's talk about some cons, because the biggest con to me is actually that last pro. When you get all the convenience from an app of tracking your information automatically and creating an automatic daily journal record for you, you are also trading away your privacy. Especially if it's free, you are trading away that privacy really easily. When you give apps permission to read data across your device, the companies that own those apps now have a tremendous amount of information on you. This is true of any app that you have on your phone, but I just want to flag it because Hobonichi is not an exception to all these other companies like Amazon or Facebook or whatever apps that you are in that you have on your phone that are definitely tracking you across your apps. Companies want to get apps on your phone because it is the best possible way to reach you as a consumer and to see your consumer behavior. So they can use or sell the information that they have on you, like your location, your shopping preferences, the other apps that you use. They can use all of that information and more however they want. So when you give them access to that information, you're letting them see your photos, see your face, the faces of your family, analyzing your purchasing history, and potentially sell that data to other companies for a profit, or use that data to create a customer profile of you that enables them to more effectively target you with things like advertisements, product releases, other stuff based on what you've bought from them and other brands before. If you care about cybersecurity, I do not recommend using this app for those reasons because there's nothing about the way Hobonichi talks about this app that makes me think that this app is going to be in any way meaningfully different or more secure than other apps. Now that might change. I haven't looked at the product yet. The app page doesn't really talk about security very much, but based on what I know about other companies and how companies use apps, informed by things like my degree and my job, that is probably the biggest benefit to Hobonichi getting their app on your phone is to be able to track you. So that's a major con for me. I probably will not be using the app for that reason. But there's also the other reason, the fact that I like Hobonichi for their physical products, for the hand feel of using them every day, writing in them every day. That luxurious feel will just be missing from an app. And I use their products specifically as a way to get off my phone. So I don't really want one of their products on my phone when I am actually focused on the benefits that their stuff has for me when I'm like holding it physically and using it physically. So I'm personally not going to really use the app. I will check it out just so I can make more informed videos for you guys, but that's kind of why the app is not for me. Okay, let's talk about price point. point, shall we? I have organized these products based by price, so highest to lowest. But the first thing I want to say is that if your budget is under 30, you need to look elsewhere. Hobonichi products shipped outside of Japan typically cost $35 and up if you're buying them from a separate retailer. I often buy my products from JetPens or local stores. I have a local shop in LA that will house Hobonichi products, so you might have those around you as well. It will cost $35 and up, I promise you. So let's talk about these products, how much they cost on local retailers or like country-specific retailers. So like JetPens for the United States, I'm going to use JetPen price points here versus how much they cost if you buy them from the online Japanese store. I'll say if you buy them from the online store, your shipping cost is flat, I believe. So I think it costs like $30 to ship to the United States. But if I get 2 of these big planners, that's not $30 for each planner. That's just a flat fee of $30. That's how it's been in past years. I would double check that before you buy. But let's talk about that and just keep that in mind if you're thinking of buying from the Hobonichi store online. So over here on the smallest price point, the Hobonichi Weeks, the standard Weeks is going to be about $38 on JetPens. Weeks are highly dependent on context, so some weeks are more or less depending if you get the sneaker, a mega version, or one with a leather cover. It can just depend, but around $35 to $38 is what I saw from last year's market. And then if you buy it on the Hobonichi website, it's about $20 to $25. Again, really dependent on the type of cover you get and the variety you're choosing, but $38 JetPens, $20, $25 Hobonichi store. Let's talk about the day free. For the A6 size, it's going to be about $40 on JetPens. So this tiny guy is costing you about $40. And it's also going to be about $25 in the Hobonichi store. The A5 version, so if I were to get the bigger version of the day free, it would be $50 from JetPens and $30 from the Hobonichi store. The same is basically true for the A6 original. It's going to be $40 from JetPens, $25 from the Hobonichi store. It's also true that if you get the Avec, so if you get the version that's half the year in one book, half the year in the other book, that's going to be about the same price. The black edition is slightly more money for some reason. It's $45 on JetPens and like $28-ish, $30-ish in the Hobonichi store. So for some reason this is more expensive. This is cheaper. I don't really know why. Let's talk about the cousin. So the A5 cousin and the A5 Avec, so if you were to get that 2-book deal, is going to be $60 on JetPens, and I think it's like $30 to $45 on the Hobonichi store. So it is a pretty penny for this massive planner. If we want to talk about the HON or Han version, the A5 size, so the same size as the cousin, is going to be a little bit more expensive. It's going to be like $70 on JetPens, $50 in the Hobonichi store. It's an expensive planner with a really nice cover. And with the original, if I were to get the original version, so the A6 version of the Han planner, it's going to be about $50 from JetPens, $30 from the Hobonichi store. Lastly, the 5-year diary. This cost me $80 to get it from the official Hobonichi store. I think on JetPens it's got to be like $120. It's got to be way more than that. And then the small one, so the A6 version, is going to be about $40 from the Hobonichi Techo store, and it'll be significantly more if you buy it in JetPens. At the end of this, I know you're asking, is the price worth it, Rachel? I would say, for me, the price is worth it. When I use a Hobonichi Techo planner or book, I feel amazing. It handles anything I can throw at it. It is really durable, especially if you're getting like the HONs. I cannot stress how much of a game changer this cover is, making the cousin or the original more worth it for people like me who are really abusive to their planners. The products are great. The brand makes everything feel creative, fun, welcoming, and they encourage all the weird and wild use cases that you could imagine using on your personal Techo. So I do think Hobonichi is a brand worth checking out if you have the money. They have really high quality stuff, and being part of the community encourages sharing, and it really celebrates every type of planner user. So it's very special to be involved. The reason they have a cult-like following is definitely because of all the different varieties and covers and cool crap you can buy, but the basic planner inside all of that stuff is a really high quality piece of stationery and planning, and it will feel like that to you if you have the time, dedication, and money in order to use it. Here's the bottom line. Hobonichi isn't magic, but if you're someone who plans daily, values paper quality, and wants a planner that'll last the entire year without falling apart, there's really nothing else like it. If you're new to planning or working with a tight budget though, there are absolutely ways to get 80% of the Hobonichi experience without the price tag. I would love to know, are you Team Hobonichi or are you going with something else for 2026? Let me know in the comments below what direction you're leaning. Also, like I mentioned, I just launched a newsletter. The first issue went out in August and I'm getting more ready right now. If you don't want to miss out, click the link in the description or scan the QR code on the screen. And if you're looking for a little more info on my Hobonichi of choice, check out my video from earlier this year about my Hobonichi cousin right here next to my head. Thank you so much for watching, for being subscribed, for being awesome. I love you so much, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
I love making and sharing bullet journal ideas. Hey everybody, it's Maddie from Mostly Maddie. Welcome back to my channel and thank you so much for being here. Today's video is going to do a deep dive into the Hobonichi Weeks. If you don't know what a Hobonichi Weeks is, Hobonichi is a brand and the Weeks is one of the styles of planners that they make. Hobonichi has started to announce all of their different designs for next year, so I thought this would be a good time to talk about it as people are starting to think about what planners they want to use for next year. Hobonichi Weeks was the first of their brand planner that I tried back in 2023, so this is the first year of me using it. I have used it as a planner, as a journal, as a reading journal, so I have used this in a variety of capacities, and I thought it would be fun to kind of flip through each of these and show you different ideas and inspiration if you're looking at the weeks and thinking, I want to integrate this into my system, but I'm not entirely sure how yet. I just thought it would be fun to chat a little bit about this special little planner. For a little bit of backstory, just so we're all caught up here, I have been a journaler for my entire life. I still have my very first journal, which is a pink fuzzy journal. I've been on and off doing it since that time, which I was, I think, 9 or 10 when I started journaling. I also went through a huge scrapbook phase in high school. It was something that my friends and I used to love doing together. In college, I didn't really journal at all, to be honest with you. I was just so busy with classes and I worked like 3 different jobs at one point. So journaling fully fell off of me for the 4 years I was in college and into my young adult life. I kind of started getting back into it when I was wedding planning. I haven't been consistent with it in years. And when I picked up this in 2023, my goal was I want to complete a journal for 1 year. Like that was my goal with this was, can I keep up with a journal for a year? Yes, this is a planner. That is how it is marketed. However, using a planner as a journal can be a really cool experience. It can help hold you accountable, and with a size like this, it is very, very doable. So if you are someone who's trying to get back into journaling, I would urge you to stick around and see kind of how I used the Hobonichi Weeks for my first year. Now, I don't use it like this anymore because once I did a year of it, I was like, okay, I can do this. I stuck with it for a full year and I started to want more space. So I have moved up. I use an A5 planner now for my like memory keeping journal, but this was what started it all. This was honestly what opened the floodgates to starting to journal again as an adult. And I have small kids, so I really want to capture their childhood. It's very important to me that I have all of those memories. And so I owe so much to this little Hobonichi Weeks. And I also owe a lot to Claire from online because she was the one who put me onto the Hobonichi Weeks. I saw a video of hers back in 2023, or I guess it was 2022. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what year it was. After 2020, everything is a blur. But she was using a Hobonichi Weeks to do her tracking, her spending tracking. And I saw the planner she was using and I like saw the insides of it and I was like, that thing is the perfect size. Like I just saw it and I was like, oh my gosh. So I had one where I actually was strictly doing my spending because I was also trying to like reel in my spending and do all of that. I don't have it with me right now, but in these 2 years, I had like kind of integrated it into these ones and didn't make it like a full blown planner for only tracking spending, because that was really hard for me to keep up with. I think I used it through April and then I didn't pick it up again. So shout out to Claire from online. She unlocked the Hobonichi. She introduced me to the Hobonichi weeks and really like got me back into journaling. So thanks to Claire for sharing her Hobonichi weeks. I'm going to start with the first one that I use and then work through to 2025. My journaling in general has evolved a lot since 2022. And I should preface with this by saying I was doing a bit of journaling and planning together in my Happy Planner in 2021 and 2022. I also did bullet journaling very briefly. I hated everything and ripped out all the pages, so I don't even have that to show you anymore. So the practice has been there for me. It just was a matter of like trying to get consistent with it. And I just think this size is really great if you are trying to get back into it. You might quickly outgrow it. It's, you know what, I was just determined to do it for a year. So if you start it and then you're like, I need more space, and you have the budget to buy something different and move up in size, go for it. I just was like, I basically didn't allow myself to move on or get anything bigger until I did a year of this, because I was just really trying to be hard on myself about it. And I also was in my year of low spending and not trying to like think that I needed every stationery supply in the world to like fix all my problems. You know what I mean? So let's go ahead and get into it. Now, again, you'll see the evolution of these journals. Like I used to just, the first year I left this blank, because as you start to get into this world, you will start to see so much creativity from other people. You'll start to see so many designs. It can be very, very overwhelming. And I get the need and the want to like be super aesthetic, have everything be really cute, like sticker bomb stuff. But again, this was my first year and I was just like, I need to just keep it simple. Like I have to be able to find a way to stick with this. So I did no decorating in the front of this page where it shows all the years I did not use this, which again, and you'll see in my later year planners, I start to utilize more things, but I was really just like bare bones the first year I did this. And if you haven't used the Hobonichi weeks before, most of these, I actually think the weeks start in November and then the calendar starts in December. So I didn't touch these calendars at all because again, this wasn't really what I was using it for. I started to play around in April. I was like, okay, starting to feel confident in my journaling practice. So then I started using this truly as like just writing things that were going on. So you can see just all the stuff that mostly travel. I think pretty much everything I wrote in here was just strictly travel because we were traveling a lot. And again, you'll start to see more of that. And no decoration, kept it simple because again, I didn't want to get overwhelmed because a lot of it for me is decision fatigue where I'm like, there's so many ways I could decorate this. I could make this so cute. And then I'm like spending 20 minutes thinking about how I could make it look cute instead of actually just creating and doing stuff. So again, you have to do what works for you. And as you do more journaling and more writing, you will find your rhythm. It does not happen overnight. So just be aware of that. Like it's so hard, especially in the age of being online, when you see so many people creating these just awesome, beautiful things. Like that's why I originally started my page, was because I was like, okay, I'm not aesthetic at all, but I want other people to know that they can do this too, even if you don't like go crazy with your stuff. So anyway, really rambling there. Let's get into the bulk of the planner. So this is what I saw when Claire did her video. She was doing like her weekly recaps of spending over here. And then over here, she was tracking all of her, like what she was spending her money on. And I just like, I saw this page and I was like, oh my God, that's like perfect for what I want to do. So doing some testing, I think I just was like, again, I was so nervous. I was so nervous to start writing in this. So I was like, okay, let's just write. This was a year we were trying to get outside for 1,000 hours. And so one of the things you'll see in this planner is I was tracking the time we spent outside. So you can see I'm like, okay, maybe I can split this page here. And then I started writing outside. And here is where we start. This right here is my first ever, like, oh my God, I made a cute spread. This is really fun. Can I do this all year spread? So I ended up splitting this, and this stays the same throughout the entirety of this planner. What I started out doing was just writing one sentence about the day. It could have been anything. Bad parenting day. Like, still testing positive for COVID. So it was just one thing, because again, I was trying to just do it, to see if I could even do it. And I had all these stickers from my because I mentioned I had gone through a happy planner phase. I had like so many sticker books, it was crazy. So I used all of these to kind of like document something that, you know, like went with whatever it was I was talking about. First manicure, delivered my print for Metro Health Project. Like, okay, so then I carried over Claire's like weekly recap here because I thought that was cool. Of course, this isn't about spending though. So I did my recap of how many hours I spent outside, highlights from the week. So anything that I thought was worth, you know, mentioning. And this was back when for our health insurance, we had to hit a certain amount of steps every month to like keep our rate the way it was, which, you know, that's just the epitome of like healthcare in America. But anyway, so I had to track my steps because I had to hit a certain amount every month. So it was like imperative for me to do that. Wrote a little bit about the week. So you can see that is how these first few weeks really start out. I'm just keeping it simple. The stickers make it fun, adding a little bit of washi tape, keeping my weekly recaps. And this just unlocked something for me. And once I found my format, and here's the other thing, I change my format all the time now, but for this year, the first year when I was like, can I do this? I said to myself, I need to try to really keep my format the same so that I do it. Because again, if I'm sitting here thinking of all the ways this side of the page could look, I wasn't going to do it. That's why, like, when I saw Claire's, I was like, I'm going to do something similar, keep it that way. And that is the entirety of, you know, for weeks and weeks, I kept it the same. I'm just kind of flipping through these quick now because, again, long day, meh. Like, let's not be too deep about it. Now, here we go. I'm starting to switch things up because now I'm feeling confident, right? We're in March now. And so I started adding the weather, which I thought was helpful because we were trying to track our time outside. So having that, I would write the weather, you know, on Sunday so that I could kind of plan our week ahead. And then here we go. I was like, well, since I ditched my happy planner, I think this was right around when I ditched my happy planner, I needed somewhere else to put all my to-do lists and things. I also read a ton. So I started putting in what I was reading. And if I finished it during that week, this is where I would kind of put my little, like, that's like the most of a review you'll see in my books. And then I ordered some washi tape, of course, right? Because I couldn't just leave well enough alone. So then I started color coordinating where I would have the washi tape and then I would try to find markers of mine that matched the washi tape so that it was a little more cohesive. And again, I had a lot of stuff from Happy Planner, my Happy Planner days. So it wasn't like I went out and bought a ton of new stuff. I still had an arsenal of things. Not to say that I didn't end up eventually buying more, but I'm just saying, like, I already had some things. So if you don't have things and you just want to do journaling and not like make it complicated, don't buy extra stuff. Like, don't go and buy stickers, you know? Okay, so you get the gist. This is how these weeks looked. And that's pretty much how it goes through the whole book. You can see I start to write more because I'm like starting to feel it out. I'm getting used to this layout, this cadence. And when I was working in this book, I would typically at the end of every night just come in, fill out my time and write my couple sentences. Always exceptions, right? Like there are some weeks that would get busy and I would come in on Sunday and I would fill out the week. And if you go back onto my TikTok, like my very first videos are of me filling out this Hobonichi Weeks from 2023. So then in the back, you get your notes. In the regular weeks, there are 70 blank pages. In the mega, there is more. I don't know exactly how many more, but there's more. So depending on what you want to do back here, you know, you can figure it out. Now I'm going to set this down and move the camera closer because I will have to go through and blur out, because I did all of my journaling in here. So I have a bunch of pictures in the back of my kids. So I am going to have to blur. So we're just going to move this down so you can see it better. But I need to keep it still so that I can, so editing this won't be a nightmare later. So this was like my books that I wanted to read, I guess. I don't really know what this is because I read some of them. So then I started doing a end of month recap in the back. So I would go through every week from the month and I would total up our hours for the month. And then I would write stuff about the month, just like monthly highlights, recaps, things like that. I also I had my Canon Ivy printer from when I was doing my Happy Planner, so I started to use that more in here. Again, we've got recaps. So this is kind of similar to what I'm doing in the weeks, where I'm just recapping, you know, using numbers, trying to like make things stand out a little bit more. And then I started printing pictures. I also, at the end of every month, would document any trips because we were very trip heavy this year and in 2024. And so I spent a lot of time recapping trips. And again, if you've been following me for a while, you are probably thinking like, wow, you've really evolved, because now I use traveler notebooks to do trips. Now I do junk journaling, but this is like where it all started, was this little guy. And then I started doing, you know, some captions but for the most part, every month was very similar with the format because I wanted to be able to keep up with it. And so keeping a similar format was so critical to the mission. I cannot emphasize that enough. Oh my gosh, it's so fun flipping through and like seeing all these old pictures and everything. It's just been a while since I've gone through this. Oh my gosh, okay. So yeah, let's keep going because we don't really need to see every single page, I guess. But I did this for the entire year. You can see December, every single month I did a recap. Here's my little pen test page. And now we have some blank pages. And here is where this is like the bare bones of the beginning of me doing a reading journal in the back of my Hobonichi weeks. I clearly was like, yeah, nope, never mind. I am not doing anything like that. I'm just going to keep it simple. And I'm just going to do pictures and my rating and leave it at that. And actually, I didn't even end up doing this, which is really funny. Oh, that's right. This was me practicing for 2024 because I wanted to change some stuff. So I was like, okay, what are my measurements? This is where I was like trying to figure out like how I could implement this for 2024. That's funny. Okay, so this is all I did. I used my Canon Ivy printer. I printed 4 pictures at a time using the collage option in the app. And this was the beginning of this phase of my journaling, which has become honestly one of the reasons why a lot of people have seen my videos. This is a huge part of like my online personality. And by some miracle, grace of God, I made it. I guarantee you I was reading a book and I was like, I have to wait until the new year to finish it because I have no more space in here because it was just poor planning on my part. And I learned. So for 2024, I learned. So, okay, that is 2023. This was what unlocked a lot of awesomeness in my life. So now we go into 2024. And like I mentioned, I have confidence now. I am understanding my style in general. I'm like getting more stickers and things that I like and I want to use. Still am not using this page because it just doesn't matter to me. This year I used it as an exercise tracker, and so strictly just would do dots on days that I did a run, walk, Peloton, or Orange Theory class. So very simple, which I like. Now, this is a year I started to implement more appointments and travel all in here. And I was using these Coffee Monster. I had gotten an order and I like didn't know how to use these little Post-its. So I was testing things out in January. And again, I'm like, okay, added some washi tape. Like, these aren't the cutest things in the world, but it worked so well for me. It was a functional planner and it was doing what I needed it to do. And I didn't care what it looked like. I didn't care if people were going to be like, oh my God, that's hideous. Like, don't care. I don't care. This is the first month where I was like, ooh, I'm really going to like spice it up here. I'm going to add some stickers, you know. Started buying some more sticker sheets and finding ways to use them in here. And down here was my hours for the month of being outside, because I also did that in 2024. I was tracking our hours. And so you can see I start to get more creative, like adding more color, different kinds of Post-its and stickers. But you really just have to do what you're comfortable with. And I would just say start small and start simple. And you'll find your way. Like, you can literally see the evolution of my journaling. And like, these were, you know, I got these all from one shop. And so I like only used those stickers for these calendar views. So it was like easy for me to do it because I'm like, okay, I'm only using this one specific sticker group. So then I didn't get overwhelmed, because I get overwhelmed very easily. Okay, so that is the monthly views. And then we can go into, where are we? So again, I just like to do some testing in the beginning months, because since I have the one from the previous year, like, I'm not using these pages yet. And I was testing different layouts. I was trying to use this as a social media planner and trying to figure out like a format, which is so funny because here I am like literally a whole year later still trying to figure that out, which is just funny. So this is, again, very similar to what I did the previous year, except now I'm starting to add some more I started to do some tracking, but still very similar, where I like to do highlights of the day, call things out, recaps from our hours outside. And again, trying to also use this as a planner. So this was a year where I was really kind of using this more as like a catch-all of planning, tracking, and like semi-journaling. See, I started to implement some spending. I was like reinvigorated from the previous year, thinking like, oh, I need to do that again. So I started tracking my spending again, which was something that I did briefly in 2023. I added a little weather column over here. So you can just see, I mean, if you have small enough handwriting, and that's the thing, I know a lot of people, it's hard because it is small and some people can't write that small. So you just have to know like your preference. I knew that this was going to work really well for me. It's expensive. So if you don't know, if you're on the fence, like do a practice layout, like find the measurements and like use blank paper and draw it out if you need to like see if it's something you're going to be able to manage. Because we're spending our hard-earned money on things and we want to make sure they work for us. It's like such a shame when a planner doesn't work for you, because for me it just feels like such a waste of money, which, you know, there's only so much you can do about that. But another idea is daily gratitude, which didn't last long for me because it was very hard. Like, I just didn't have fun doing that. And so I didn't do that for very long. And then you see I start to do spending and something about the day. There's so many ways to use this. And I think it's really neat because it's so small. You're still able to do so much. Like, you really just have to play around with it and find what works for you. But yeah, this is pretty much the same. So we do hours outside. This section changed, and then I sometimes did the weather, I sometimes didn't. I always love using the stickers and decorating. That's like my favorite part about it, is like finding the markers and the stickers that are all gonna wash, all gonna like work well together. So yeah, to-do list, daily gratitudes, a sentence a day. Track, if you want to track something, you don't have to track your time outside. You could track anything, whatever you're interested in tracking. The options are endless. I'm just going to flip through a few more pages here because I feel like this is already getting pretty long of a video, and I didn't want it to be so long, but it's so hard. So then same in the back, I did again another year of recaps. I'm wondering if I don't think I kept up with this because I think I ended up, so I stopped in August because I also was using a Hobonichi Cousin. And so it was starting to feel really redundant. Like I was writing the same stuff, and I just was like, okay, I don't need to do this. Like these are blank pages. I don't have to do that. So I just stopped, and I did the rest in my bigger planner journal. And here is the reading section where I made my physical, like these are books that I own, my goal tracker, very simple. And then I added the star rating and the format in which the book was consumed, whether it was an ebook, audio, or a physical copy of the book. And then this year I added the library log where I wrote down every book I read. I went to Amazon and just grabbed like the paperback price and then saw what my total was at the end of the year, like how much money I saved using the library. And I also did some brief tracking with our hiking. So my hours outside, we did hit 1,000 again. And then I was just tracking all of the hikes. I was trying to do 52 hikes in the year. I probably did. I just didn't keep up with this. Like I stopped in November, but I know we hiked more than, like we hiked after November 2nd. And that was it. I didn't use any of these other pages. It's okay to have blank pages in your journal. It's okay. You don't have to use every single page. Like, don't stress too much about it. Okay, and now we move into this year. Last one is from this year, which has been the biggest departure in terms of how I've used the planner. I kind of wanted to have this be a health and hobbies planner / journal. It hasn't really worked out, but I'll show you like how it's set up anyway. So in the front, I decorated it with a lot of like bookish stickers and themes. I have this in here because for a while I was tracking my moods and energies. So I just put a post-it note so I like have this reference. So this page I was doing just small circles on any day that I finished a book. Because again, this was a page I had never used before. And I was really trying to like use this to its full potential this year. I also was keeping track of arcs, but then I was added to another arc list. And so this is like void because I ended up having more arcs than like space here. So that did not work out. And here is, which again, I did this last year, it just looks a little bit different. I was running a marathon I ran a marathon in May, and so I was doing a ton of running in the front half of the year. So I was tracking also just like the amount of miles I ran because I was following a book, like a Run a Marathon for Beginner book, and it said, you know, like how many miles you should be averaging and stuff. So that's kind of why I was keeping track there. We are currently in August. You can see I have not filled any of this out. I do have all the information, so I might retroactively go in and fill this, but it is not something that I've been keeping up with. For the monthly pages, I have been doing how long every book took me to read. So I have a key down here, and I used just different mild liner highlighters, and I would just put 2 lines for each day I was reading that book. So I thought it would be like a cool visual. And again, I have this stuff on my Storygraph, which is an app similar to Goodreads where you can track all of your reading. So I would just pull the data from there and then implement this at the end of each month. And I have kept up with this because this one's relatively easy. It did get a little wonky in a few of the months because some of my books were shorter. So I ended up having like a ton of books. This is a really good example of that. And like it got a little, like I don't love how this looks. I wrote this in here before I decided what I was going to do with the monthly pages. So it's like kind of just sticks out, but whatever. So you can see it got a little wonky just with how many books I read. So started to like not love that in the month of April. but I continued to keep up with it. I don't think that I'm going to do this section like this for next year, but I'm glad I tried it. I think maybe this could work in a bigger planner, or the other thing I thought of too is you could potentially do it in here, but this would be hard if you read more than one book at a time because you only have one block for the day. So if you say you were reading 2 books, you would have to split each block. Like that would again also get very, just for me, hard to keep up with, hard to like have it be enjoyable. But there are different ways that you could do it. I started it and I was like, I'm just going to stick with it as long as I can. So again, this is one I do typically at the end of every month. So that's why there is nothing in here for August yet. I think I will attempt something different in the monthly views for next year. When I wrote this, the Akwaeke Emezi, it was like I was going to just put books that I was excited about, like release dates and stuff. But I also don't read a ton of new books. Like I'm a mood reader. I also use my library a lot. So like I'm not really reading a book on its release day or when it comes out. So to track that isn't really something that's important to me. So I just need to think about what is something I could put in these monthly pages that would work. I think actually I might use this planner in a totally different way next year. So I will find a way to use the monthly pages, but that is what I'm doing so far for this year. This is the most like versatile of the weeks for me because I have tried so many different formats. I really tried in the beginning to make this health and hobbies, which you see I was trying to stick with what I had done in previous years where I was using this for like big numbers, and that was for the miles that I ran every day. And then I would do the media I consumed over here. This is a test page. You can see that. So like none of this is actually accurate, but I was just trying to like play with the layout. So again, another thing that I love is, having those extra weeks in the beginning is a great place to like practice what you want to do and see if it's going to work. And this was the first week that I actually used it. I'm not sure why I started in December. I usually wait until January. I thought maybe just because I didn't want to waste the pages and because I did want to try to find like what was going to work well for me. Again, this quickly became a little like just wasn't working. So I wanted to like capture the stuff that I annotate and highlight in different books. This side of the page is that's not it because it's not enough space. So I did end up in the back, and let's see if I can find them. My little like mini reading journal is back here, and one of the things I include is any highlights from the book that I want to write down. So I moved that into the back here, and I am still really liking this. If you don't like to annotate, obviously that's you're going to be like, why the hell are you doing that? But yeah, playing around with the format here, and I had this washi tape, and so I was using this when I finished a book. I would put it in the week that I finished it. But again, I ran into the problem where if I finished more than one book in a week, it was taking up a lot of space. I am not a fan of like flipping like this. And so I quickly was like, yeah, that's not going to work for me. I don't know what the heck was happening here. Again, maybe this was just because I was like testing stuff. But I should have known from the very beginning that if this was the first week of January and I already was like, yeah, this isn't like, I'm not loving this, I should have, pivoted. But I was just powering through and trying to see what was going to work. And again, you have to do what works for you, because somebody watching this might see this and be like, that's so cool. I love the way this looks. This is really neat. And like that might work for you, and that's awesome. That's why I wanted to do this video and like talk through all of this, because even though some of my spreads and like layouts don't work for me, they could absolutely work for somebody else. So every week, again, still looks different because I was trying to figure things out. I should say the other caveat is a big reason why this wasn't fully working for me is because I also have a Wonderland 222 planner where I was doing a lot of my tracking. For example, I was putting all of my runs in the back on just like one of these blank pages, and I preferred it so much more because I could see, can I get to it? Here we go. Because I could see everything on one page, like all together. I could see the entire like training cycle all on one page. Whereas in the weeks, you're looking at a weekly view. So again, but that's not something I would have known or realized until I started doing this. It was also my first marathon. So like there was a lot of learning, and I'm just trying to not like beat myself up too much about it because it's my planner and it's my journals, and I'm just trying to figure out what works. And like, I'm the only person that it should matter. Like it doesn't matter to anybody else. I guess I'm just trying to talk through kind of my rationale and reasoning for why maybe this wasn't working the way I thought it was going to. So if this was your only planner, this could work really well. And if you didn't mind not being able to see everything together. So the other thing is, what I could have done is I could have moved all of my running into the back and made a running log in the back, just like I did in my Wonderland 222. But since I had already laid all that out and made that, I was like, I'm just going to stick with that. So then I was like flipping in between the two books. I just kind of set myself up for failure. I did really enjoy having my workout plan in here though, and like seeing what, because I was training, it was good to lay it all out at the beginning of the week and know what days I was running. I really liked that a lot. Here's another, this is me trying to be like a minimalist. Which I love how this looks, but I just like, man, you can't keep me away from color and stickers. Like, it's just so hard. I just love it too much. There's going to be blank pages. Like, don't be afraid of like having spaces that don't have anything in them. I know for a lot of people, it's like, it bothers you, but always fill these up with stickers and markers at the end of the week. If it really does bother you that much, like you could find ways to fill up any spaces you're not using. I know a lot of people do that. And here you see, I did give up for a couple of weeks. I was just like not interested in touching this book. So I'm just here to normalize that and tell you like, it's okay if you don't use every single week in your books. Like you have to do what's going to make you happy. And it was stressing me out for some reason. So I stopped doing it. And then I kind of fell back into my old ways. You can see this is like more similar to what I was doing last year, where I had tracking, to-do lists, and then a sentence or two about my day. I was still keeping up with my exercise over here. But again, because I also had the Wonderland 222, I just found myself not grabbing this as often. So then I was like, how can I use this? Like, how can I continue to use this? I tried to do like tracking everything I was eating, but like, I just don't care about that. I like want to care about that, but I just don't. So, I did it for like 2 weeks and then I stopped doing that. Then I started adding these extra boxes and like really trying to fill up every like space. Like what was I eating, the content that I was posting, my exercise. So I started to like find something that was working for a little bit. But yeah, there's so many ways to use this planner. Like, I mean, these are filled out pages. These are like, I used this. It's not the way I intended at the beginning of the year, but this was what was working for me. And I think what's nice about the weeks too is, I guess I never showed like a true blank page. They're very, very hard to see, but there are little dots here. And then this gray line is a bit darker than the rest of the page. So that's where you kind of have these guidelines to make these extra boxes. So that's how you can do that like pretty easily. And I've seen a lot of people do that. You can find so much inspiration on Instagram, Pinterest, and maybe not so much Pinterest. I have found a lot of really good Hobonichi Week spread ideas on Instagram. Like, I love Shelby on Paper. I will tag her. I love the way she utilizes like every inch of her Hobonichi Weeks. She's somebody that I really enjoy following for like spread inspiration. When I was doing the mood tracking and the food stuff, that kind of like layout, where did it go? Right here. This kind of layout was, is it Coco Plans or like Little Coco Studio? I'll be sure to tag her, and I'm so sorry if I'm not getting it completely right, but when I made this spread, I tagged her on Instagram so I can find her really easily. But yeah, there is a lot of good inspiration. Also, Reddit is a great place. There's a whole Hobonichi thread on Reddit, and people post all of their spreads and ideas on there. I do believe there's also, I'm not on Facebook. I mean, I have a Facebook account, but I don't have it on my phone or anything. Like, I don't use Facebook, but I have heard that there are also, you know, Hobonichi groups on Facebook. So there are a lot of places to find inspiration. And like here, I literally was just like, yep, I stopped caring about this. So that's how I filled up that page. So I do think for next year, I am leaning toward treating this as an actual planner, like what it's actually intended for. Can you believe it? So this is this week, and my goal is to potentially use it as a social media planner, because I have started to realize I don't love my content, like work stuff, mixed in with my home life stuff, especially now that I'm going to have 2 kids, one in preschool and one in kindergarten. I just feel like there's going to be a lot more for me to kind of keep track of in that area of my life. And so this will not hold all of that, and it'll just be like too much. Like, you can already see it started to get crazy. My son has been in kindergarten for a week. So I'm just thinking, with my other son starting preschool next week, like, I just don't think that it's going to work that well for me. And so I'm doing this now to see if this will be something I can stick with and try to use it for 2026. And I know you're probably saying, like, well, you don't have to use a Hobonichi Weeks next year, but like, I love this little guy so much. Like, this planner is what got me back into journaling. And so I just, like, I have a weird, like, sentimental attachment to it. So it's been very hard for me to let go. And I also do my little reading journal back here, and I want to continue to do that. I know Sterling Ink makes, so I'm just talking through my process now. This is their monthly booklet, and it's I like that my Hobonichi pencil case is in here. It has the weeks, and then, the months, and then some blank pages in the back. So I thought maybe, because she also makes a Hobonichi Week size one of this. This is the N1, but there's one that is this size. So then I was like, well, maybe I could just get that. So I'd have like a little booklet, and I wouldn't have to worry about like filling out a whole, year planner, because you still have some cool trackers and goal setting stuff you can do in the beginning. There's just no weekly spreads, which like might be what I need. My problem is, I think it's only like 9 blank pages in the back. Let's see. And so I just don't know if it'll be enough for my reading journal. Okay, so there's 17 blank pages in the back of this one. So what I really need to sit down and do is see, like, with what I make in here, would I have enough pages in the back of that Sterling Ink to make this work? Because then I could just have that little booklet and not have to like be stressed that I'm not using this every single week. You know what I mean? So I'm going to do a little more research and see about that, because I do think I'm going to keep my reading stuff the same for next year. I actually probably will remove bookstores and my ARC tracker because I'm not using it. I just don't, it's not something that I keep track of, but I want to keep doing this. And I like having my library log, and I like having my goal tracker and my physical TBR, like, so basic and simple. So could I implement that into the Sterling Ink monthly booklet? I just need to do some page counting and find out, I guess, because I can roughly guess how many pages I'll need for my books, because I roughly know how much I read every year. Like, I average around the same amount every year, so I can like do a good job of guessing. So yeah, that is how I've been using my Hobonichi Weeks. Also, I guess I didn't really go into this, but yeah, in the back in the notes, all I've been using it for is my reading stuff. I don't do anything else really in here. You already just saw these pages. And then I left some extra pages to like finish me out through December. So I did count and like made sure I had enough pages. Like, I know I won't read more than what's here. And then I was taking at the end of every month, I go through my StoryGraph and I pull all of the stats from StoryGraph, and I just put it in here. I just make it analog. And some people will say, why you have the app. Why are you like doing this extra step? Because I like physical things. I like to have copies of stuff. I don't like my entire life to be digital. Obviously, I journal a lot. Like, that's why. So don't come for me. So yeah, I fill this out at the end of every month. So I left enough space for the rest of the year. And like I mentioned, anything from books that I want to highlight, I kind of just write back here. So if I do use the Sterling ink next year, I would probably not be able to do this, and I would not be able to do my Storygraph stuff. So just like I have to weigh like what's important to me, what, you know, what am I thinking for next year? How is it going to work? I did this Peloton tracker. Clearly I've really hit the Peloton super hard this year. That is, I hopefully some inspiration for anybody looking for different ideas on how to use their Hobonichi weeks. I hope this was helpful or inspirational. I'm sorry I kind of went all over the place and just kind of talked through my journey with my Hobonichi weeks. I just think it's cool, and when I was starting out, I would have loved to have like inspiration because I really was winging it in year one. The only thing, like I mentioned, the only thing I had seen really was spending tracking, and so this is all me just winging my life, and I love it. It, like I said, it holds so much like sentimental value to me. And if you're thinking about the Hobonichi weeks, if you have any questions, if you want to talk through anything, just like get somebody else's feedback, you know that I love talking about planners. This is like my jam. I could talk about it all day. So if there's anything you want to discuss in the comments, if you have any feedback, anything you want to suggest for me maybe for 2026, I would love to hear it. I'm always open to trying new things, but as you can tell, I do really love this little planner. So thank you so much if you stuck around and watched this whole thing. I appreciate it. I'm sorry that I feel like I talked a lot longer than I intended, but that is just how it goes with me. I can't ever stop talking, and I appreciate you all so much. If you're not subscribed, please be sure to subscribe to my channel, like this post, leave a comment, let me know that you're enjoying my page so that I can keep making you guys content to watch. So thank you so much again, and I will talk to you all soon. Bye.
Hi everyone, hope you're doing well. It is finally time for my 2026 Hobonichi Cousin setup video. I think I uploaded my setup video last year in October, so given that it is December, I know this is really late, but without going on a tangent, in summary, I have just been really busy and dealing with a lot of personal stuff, so I haven't really been in the mood to do my setup. But in the past few weeks, I finally started just like working on little bits and pieces at a time, and some of you on Instagram might have seen that, but I am finally ready to show you the final product, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. This is my 2025 setup. I really enjoyed having this really clean looking cover, but also really interesting with like all of the scrap papers, and then a really fun back cover. And you can see the comparison between the two. My 2025 one is quite dirty, quite wrinkled, and a lot more chunky. Enough about the 2025 one. Let's talk about the 2026 one. Very quickly, this is the Hobonichi Cousin, which is the A5 size full yearbook. And this is the Japanese version. The clear cover that I'm using is the Midori Codex cover. Here is the little pamphlet. Midori has the notebook cover and the Codex cover. The notebook covers are perfect for the Hobonichi Cousin effects, and the Codex is perfect for the full year. And I think I got this for around $7, so really affordable. Okay, with that out of the way, this is the cover design that I created. To be honest, I'm still kind of warming up to this. It's definitely not an instant love for me, and I'm also curious to hear your thoughts about it. But regardless, this is what I'm working with for next year. And the initial inspiration was from a member of my Facebook group. Her name is Lucy, and I will try to remember to put up her cover design on the screen. And her cover was using some of the blotter papers that I did with Esterbrook. she cut out all of the doodles and pasted it onto the cover, and I really liked that idea, but I kind of wanted to take it one step further and make it even more complicated for myself, as I tend to do with everything. I decided to cut out a bunch of shapes out of cardstock and put together my own little paper crafts. I feel like there's like a term for this kind of paper craft, but anyways, initially I was really adamant about not spending extra money to decorate my cover, and I was just going to use a bunch of like crumpled up craft papers that you get from like Amazon orders or just like any online purchases. But as you can imagine, that was really limiting, so I let myself go to Dollarama and get a pad of like neutral cardstock papers. And yeah, I basically just used an X-Acto knife, also from Dollarama, and this itty bitty pair of scissors from Muji, and I cut out all of these little shapes, and I used a mix of tape runner and glue to put all of the pieces together. So looking at this, I think what is making it the most odd looking is actually the cup of coffee cappuccino at the top. I feel like that is the most awkward thing, and I don't know, maybe I will, if I have time next year, I will replace it with something else. I feel like just like at first glance, it's not immediately clear that it's a latte art. Excluding this weird cup of coffee, I feel like I like everything else here. I have a pair of scissors. This is supposed to be the corner of a sticker sheet. I have a fountain pen and this like open book. I think this might be my favorite. And then I put down an emoji vinyl at the bottom. I also used the Craft 2026 vinyl. And after putting all of this together, there was a lot of like awkward space. So I also spent a very long time cutting up these little flowers. Also a bunch of these like little dashes for the scissors, and it's kind of hard to tell, especially with this like rainy, gloomy lighting today, but I also cut out a lot of sparkles and little dots. I will say I did get a little bit lazy, so for the corner of the sticker sheet, if I wanted to stick to this whole cardstock cutout thing, I should have cut out these like little circles with the hearts and pasted it onto the watercolor paper. But I was just a little bit too lazy to do that, so instead I just used watercolor to paint all of these little fake stickers. I also used watercolor to paint the lines of the notebook at the bottom, and I don't know what else I can say. I guess in general I just avoided using pens, pencils, and stuff like that to add details, but just for a few things, like, oh, also the fountain pen nib. I used a pen to draw in the little slit between the tines. So yeah, I think the cover itself took like 2 weeks to do because, again, I have been really busy, so I would literally work on this for like 20 minutes at a time. For the back cover, I kept it really simple. I once again just used a craft paper thing that came with a package. It's a little bit crumbled, but that's totally okay, and it's part of the reason why I chose it. I really like this kind of rustic look. And then so for last year, I put this Nutrition Facts vinyl on the back of all of my planners, so it kind of looks like a box packaging. For this year, I came out with something really similar. This is a notebook facts instead of nutrition facts. You can pause to read if you would like, but this is more relevant to like notebooks and journals. And then I also just put down this peeking emoji. So I don't know if you can tell, but this one and this guy, they're like on the same level, if that makes sense. So yeah, I thought that was a fun touch. All right, let's open this up. I also did this setup really out of order, so in the clips that I am inserting of me actually doing all of the setup, you might see, for example, the tabs first or whatever. But yeah, anyways, let me move this out of the way. For the inner cover, very simple. I just put down a sheet of the TCMC Times vellum paper. If you're wondering about vellum, I should have a really big restock and release in maybe towards the end of December. And then the pocket. So every year I make a little pocket. I think for the previous years I made it out of vellum. for this year, to kind of also go along with this whole craft paper theme, I just used a paper bag that I got with one of my Walmart delivery orders. I just cut out a piece, and for one of the pocket edges, I kept the little zigzag of the paper bag, if that makes any sense. And then for the other side, I just like ripped the paper bag, so it's kind of like a jagged edge. And basically the pocket is like folded under this like cardstock page, so it is a double-sided pocket like this. And I will say, like, for 2025, as you can see, like, my pocket is kind of coming apart. One of the reasons is because I really do utilize this, and as you can see, I stuff a lot of random stuff inside. But another reason is I felt like the flap for this year was a little bit too narrow. So for this year's flap, I left a lot more room and I used a lot more adhesive tape, so hopefully it'll hold up better for 2026. And for decorating, I again kept it really simple. I just put down this "You're Doing Great" vinyl, and I also used a white gel pen to draw in a bunch of sparkles. And currently inside, I just have a little piece of blotter paper and also this Weeks in a Year speech bubble sheet, which I will be using throughout 2026. So I feel like keeping it on hand will ensure that I don't lose it, because I tend to lose everything. And then for the back side, in here, I will probably keep the 2026 monthly kit pieces. And yeah, again, very simply, I just put down this Helen pencil sticker and use a white gel pen to draw some sparkles. Then for this page, I am in love with how this turned out. I was kind of inspired by myself. So last month I uploaded my Hobonichi Weeks setup video for 2026, and I did something very similar with silver holographic foil. These are just a bunch of foiled seal stickers from my store, and I feel like the silver holographic works really well with the Dawn cover. But then for my Hobonichi Cousin next year, as you can see, it is a very cozy brown sort of theme. So I picked out a bunch of brown and rose gold foil stickers from my store, and I basically just went nuts decorating. And again, similar to the Hobonichi Weeks, with all of the awkward empty spaces where I didn't really have stickers to fit there, I just picked out some brown, tan, gray, and also a green marker, and I just doodled a bunch of sparkles, little dashes, and pen swatches. I'm not sure if it's like the novelty of like just getting this done, but every time I look at it, my heart is just like so happy. So yeah, I'm really excited about this page. Okay, then this is the Year at a Glance, which I do every year. I have the free digital files available in my Facebook group. I also sent out a newsletter, I think a few months ago, with the digital files. You can totally use the free digital files, resize them, and cut these out for yourself. I also sell stickers in our store if you need them. I think this was actually the first part of the setup that I completed because I needed to size test the stickers for the store. Now, I guess this is where I will say I did get a lot of feedback from people that this whole hand-drawn pencil watercolor aesthetic for this year, it might not be the most accessible, especially in terms of like being able to see all of the lines. I also have gotten some people like emailing me thinking that our printer ran out of ink because the pencil lines are not like solid black, you know? So I am really like proud, and I love how this collection turned out, but I likely will not be doing something similar to this. I definitely want to do more hand-drawn stickers in the future, but it won't be like a huge collection like this. I think this will be a good time to talk about the tabs. So every year I do 2 sets of tabs for my planner, one set for the weekly section and another set for the daily section. So this year for the weekly section, I used the wood bark set, which is the like brown wood grain one, and then for the daily section I used the 2026 the Coffee Monsters Co colors. Embarrassing, I can't even say my own own business name. But yeah, I don't do a set of tabs for the monthly section just because the monthlies are literally just like, you know, one page apart. So I feel like it's not necessary, at least for me, to have tabs for that. And also, in general, I don't really use the monthly section on a day-to-day basis. So yeah, that's why I leave it off, but you can totally do a third set of tabs. I didn't record the entire process of putting down the tabs because it took 1,020 years, but basically with all of our tabs, there is a faint score in the middle, so it's really easy to fold perfectly in half. And you will also see that it is color blocked, so you know exactly where to line it up with the edge of the page. A few tricks that I have though is, number one, to put a sheet of paper, even better would be like a piece of sticker release paper, underneath the sheet that you are trying to tab, and this way you can very clearly see the edge of the paper, and also you won't accidentally tab two sheets of paper together, if that makes any sense. I think this happened to me last year. Another trick that I have is to use the tab you put down previously as a guide for the next tab, and this just ensures that all of the spacing is correct. And yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say about that. Moving on, this is the 2026 index and perpetual calendar section, and this year this was my first time creating this like little sticker sheet, I guess, for the headers, and I think it turned out so cute. I did this part of the setup really early on as well because I needed to test the sticker sizing. For this section, I use it obviously as an index. As an example, maybe in the daily section of October 29th, I had a brilliant idea for a product. Then on the October 29th line, I might write the title of the product. Or if I had a really fun memory, then I will just add it to the index. For the bottom here, I don't have an idea at the moment. I think for 2023 or 2024, what I did was a continuous doodle throughout, and I might do that again for 2026 because I thought that was really fun. I will keep you updated. Then moving on to the monthly section, I don't do anything for December. I like to keep that in my 2025 planner. So of course I'm using my own Hobonichi Cousin monthly kit collection, and I put down the base for all 12 months, and that is because I know myself, and if I don't do that, I am gonna get too lazy and I'm not gonna end up using the monthly section. It was actually kind of relaxing because the base is the same for all 12 months, and I was basically just like repetitively putting down stickers and not having to think too much about anything. So yes, I put down the monthly artwork box, the monthly title label, the days of the week labels, the 6 dots on the sidebar. I also put down the coordinating washi strip at the bottom. You do have to cut it down a little bit. And then for the start of each quarter, which is January, April, July, and October, I put down the new quarter foiled seal sticker. I also put down some little doodle stickers at the bottom left corner of every month just to add a little bit of fun decoration. And then for the actual numbered days, the only two things that I did was put down the general holiday labels and also the birthdays, and that is basically it. And it's just so rewarding for me to see everything come together. Turning 26 next year, and Luca's gonna be 3. Time passes by way too quickly. And that is it. You do get some extra months for 2027, but what I tend to use this for is to sticker test for the next year's collection, so that won't be really relevant to most people. Then for the weekly section, so at the beginning I showed this sheet of stickers, and my plan is to put this little guy at the top of all of the calendars, and I think that'll just be like the cutest way to start off the week. And then before we get into the dailies, you get these 2 empty grid pages, and it says turning the page to a new year. And I think for the past 2 to 3 years, I have been writing a letter to myself every year. I'm not finished with this year. I will show you an example of last year. So Dear 2025 Helen, Sincerely 2024 Helen. And again, I'm not finished for this one, so far we just have Dear 2026 Helen, and hopefully I can finish writing this soon. Honestly, I just got a little bit tired and my wrist was cramping, so yeah, that is why I stopped midway. Okay, then moving on to the daily section. This is the large kit page 1 from my store, and I'm using the washi paper version, and I am in love with how this all came together. I had this vision, sounds a little bit crazy, but because this is like a pencil and hand-drawn collection, I also drew a bunch of like these ripped paper edges, and that way it actually looks like ripped paper pieces. I hope that made sense. But yeah, for all of the months, I just put a piece on the top left corner, one on the bottom right corner, and then for the bottom left corner, that one I varied throughout the months just based on whatever I felt like. And then I also used 2 of the smaller pieces for the side, and I feel like overall it just framed things really well. I also put down the monthly header at the top and a little doodle or 2 here and there. So I did use the Wiper Petite cream color tape. It's basically a whiteout, but instead of like a bright white, it is a cream color, which matches the Hobonichi paper really well. Usually the pre-printed things on the page doesn't really bother me, even if it shows through, but I did decide to white out the very large numbers at the top because I feel like it would just kind of be a bit too distracting for the header, and I wanted that part to be perfect. I will quickly flip through all of them. February is like a brunch theme. March is really colorful. April is, I think, the most beautiful one with the lavender. May is Tulip Fields. June is City Life. July, another one of my favorites. It's like a cottagecore sort of theme with strawberries and chickens. August is a nautical theme. September is reading. October is like a weird woodlands theme. November is stationary dreams. I accidentally ripped the bottom of this one. That's okay. And then December is like a goals and achievements theme. Oh my gosh, I'm looking at the screen and the colors are looking terrible here. Okay. And then for the notes section, I'm really excited about the ones that I have for next year. So this one is new. This is my 2026 timeline. I just put down a 2026 sticker, drew a little start flag thingy, and then put 2027 at the bottom here and drew a little geotag. And basically what I want to do is, like, throughout the year, whenever something really notable and big happens, I want to write a little blurb about it, maybe a doodle as well, and just kind of like snake it around until 2027. This could be anything from very notable world events or things that happen in my personal life. And the reason I had this idea is, honestly, I kind of forgot that I did a collaboration with Esterbrook this year. Not that I forgot about the collaboration fountain pen, but the fact that it happened this year. I was like, I feel like this happened last year, but no, it was actually this year. And I just realized that so many notable things kind of just fade away in my memory, and I don't want that to happen. So yeah, this is why I came up with this timeline idea, and I will definitely update you next year as I fill this up. Okay, this is empty. That is because this is where I will be doing the 2027 monthly collection master checklist. I don't want to think about that right now, so let's move on from that. This is my product empties page, which I started doing for this year and I really enjoyed it, so I'm transferring it over to next year. I recently finished the Kiehl's Midnight Recovery Concentrate, and obviously it is currently not 2026, but I decided to add it into this planner because I just wanted to show an example of what it'll look like. So I just do a little doodle, the title of what it is, and a little blurb about the product. And it doesn't necessarily have to be like beauty products or toiletries. It can also be things like, let me give an example. So a lot of it is actually toiletries, but I also have apple cider vinegar, box of tea, Diatramentis ink, stuff like that. So basically anything that takes a long time to get through. I feel like anytime I finish that, it's like a sense of accomplishment. So I feel like it's a fun way to document. And then on this back page, I have a section of things that I forgot to journal about. And this is basically like, well, I think this is pretty self-explanatory. Things that happen during a certain day, but maybe I ran out of space or I forgot to journal about it and then I only remembered it a few days later and I still really want to write about it. Then I will just write it here. And I kept this page empty because I'm not too sure if I will need more space for the product empties or the things that I forgot to journal about. So whichever one I finish first and I need more space, this page will be dedicated to that. Then for the timetable, this one is kind of like a mystery, I feel like, for most people. And I don't really put too much pressure to fill it out or anything. I know a lot of people do pen swatches here, which is a really good space for that. For this year, or rather for next year, I made it a section for my phonetic alphabet. I have never memorized this alphabet and I feel like every time I need it, I feel so embarrassed trying to like come up with these words and I just suddenly forget every word in the English language. And then same as this year, I'm using the graph paper as a planner weight tracker. So yes, at the end of every month, I'm gonna weigh my planner on my kitchen scale and plot the points. I did learn from this year. So for this year, I was a little bit too ambitious. I think I made the scale go up to like 950 grams, so almost a kilogram. But currently my 2025 planner is at like 650-ish or like 630 or something. So I definitely didn't need that much space. And so for this year, I went from 450, which is just the weight of the book, all the way up to 700 grams. And each of the little squares is 10 grams. Okay, then almost lastly, this is the My 100 section, and every year I make a list of 100 reasons to keep going. A mix of like actual heartfelt things, personal goals, silly stuff. I don't know how to explain it. It's not really a bucket list, but it's just a reminder of all of the things that I have yet to do, learn, experience, etc. Examples of some like legitimate things would be like watching my nephew Luca grow up, fully retire my parents. I want to buy my dad his dream car, stuff like that. I also have some goal related things like fix my posture, do a push-up, do a pull-up. And then I also have some silly things like touch a chicken and touch a sheep, which like these are things I actually want to do. I would love to touch a chicken and touch a sheep one day, but obviously it's like a little bit more silly. And yeah, I always get a little bit emotional every time I make this spread, but it's again just a really good reminder throughout the year when things get a little bit tough. All right. I think this is the final part. One of my best ideas, I think, well, I won't claim to be the first person to do this because I don't know if I'm the first person to do this. But anyways, one of my better ideas have been to like take the sticker release paper of a finished sticker sheet and just use a adhesive tape runner and tape it to the back of my Hobonichi cousin. And I just put down a bunch of stickers so that when I'm on the go or when I'm too lazy to grab my entire sticker collection, I can just quickly grab it from the back of my planner. And it's a really convenient and compact way to carry around stickers that you frequently use. However, for 2026, I had a little idea for a modification, and instead of just taping down one large sticker release paper, I taped down 4 smaller pieces and I separated the stickers into categories of work, life, mood related stickers, and other stickers. And I did this because for 2025, I just felt like it was a little bit too messy and scattered. So I really hope that this organization, just like very loose organization, helps me next year just stay a little bit more organized. And I don't know, I don't think this means anything, but I always like to ensure that the serial number is visible. So that's why I didn't cover this part. Oh, and this vellum is the other side of this one. And I already talked about the back cover. So I think that is it. I hope you enjoyed watching my setup, and I'm really excited to hear what you think. So yeah, thank you again for watching. I hope you take care and have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye. All right, hi everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful 2026 so far. Before I fully move into my 2026 Hobonichi and put my 2025 book on my bookshelf, let's do a flip through of all 365 pages. I'm not going to talk about every page in detail, but I will just point out whatever is notable. Exactly 1 year ago, Happy New Year. Even though I don't really put pressure on myself to make every page perfect, I do find that on January 1st, I start off very neat and very full with my writing. Possibly a coffee date on Saturday. In 2025, my dating life was kind of a mess, but it ended off on a strong note. So yeah, I had 2 periods where I went on a bunch of dates, and it was kind of wild. But yeah, I went on a coffee date on the 4th, and then I reached 100K followers on TikTok. This I doodled for a tutorial, and I thought it turned out pretty cute, so I just saved it. I had another coffee date, and I don't think I talked about what happened, and I'm not going to talk about it, but it was a weird one. A little spiral. On this day, I booked tickets to both Chicago and London. This was for the Chicago Stationery Fest and my workshop in London for miso paper. I think I hosted my best friend for dinner on this day, and this was another doodle that was part of the tutorial. Having a low battery day. This is when I got my Aurora fountain pen from Appel Boom. I haven't shown my Aurora pen on social media for quite a while, and that is because literally months ago, I accidentally dropped the pen. The nib bent a little bit, and yeah, it wasn't writing properly anymore, so my friend Corolla took it to Gina, who's a Nibmeister, and they fixed it for me, but I haven't had the time to pick it up, so I really need to do that, probably this month. This was a crazy day. 367 emails, and this was my sister's birthday. The first book that I finished in 2025 was Notes from Underground, which I really enjoyed, and I really enjoyed The Post Office Girl as well. I was a bit down these few days because my mom had a fever and I was really worried. These fruits were also part of a doodling tutorial. A planner who can't plan. I drew this squiggle as a backdrop for some sort of header, but I usually let it dry first before I write on top of it, and I never did that, so I forgot what the header was supposed to be. My friend Cindy sent me a bunch of these silly animal stickers, and I love them so much. Fresh bed sheets, happy. Putting on bed sheets, not so happy. Ooh, so this is when we were really closing in on the Esterbrook collaboration, like the final stages, and Brian of Esterbrook was very kind, and he sent over some Esterbrook inks, and I did some swatches of them. Here I drew a bunch of different fish. My good friend Corolla came over, and we played with a bunch of her fountain pens, so I just did a bunch of pen tests. I wrote everything here in blue, and we had a random earthquake. I don't even remember these things happening. Let's see. I think this is when I started reading The Worldly Philosophers, and I'm still reading the book. Getting through it very, very slowly. I wake up, I work, I sleep, repeat. Yeah, this is when I dropped a 25-pound weight on my foot. This is when I made the Esterbrook announcement. Very exciting. We went to the trampoline gym. This is when I got a cold brew maker thing. Does introversion apply in digital spaces? I never got around to writing my thoughts about that. Maybe I'll do that in my commonplace journal. Got a little order from Cezanne. This was Pi Day. This was part 1 of the anniversary sale. So this was like the event with the discounts and not the Esterbrook collab. And usually for new release days, my entire day is just occupied by emails, so I don't really do a to-do list. And this is when I started doing the Dutch store thing. This was my first trip to Chicago of 2025. I went to Chicago quite a number of times last year, so this one was for the Chicago Stationery Fest. So the header's like consistent at the top. Every time I go to the YVR airport, I always get Joe and the Juice. I think that's the only location in Vancouver. Went to the Art Institute of Chicago, which I wasn't able to go in 2024, so I was really excited. And I had sushi with Lindsay and Randy. Went to Atlas Stationers, and these are some swatches of the new Mildliners, which I still haven't purchased them. I do love the colors, and I would like to own it, but I know in my heart I don't need more markers. So yeah, these spreads are like really messy because a lot of things happened during these few days. Oh my gosh, yes. We had a big technical issue on the back end for Shopify while I was at this event. And I remember I was like crying at one point because I couldn't believe it was happening while I was away. Anyways, I got through it, so yeah. And I literally forgot it happened. Of course, I had to stop at Intelligentsia, which is my favorite coffee place. Some swatches of the inks and pens that I got. And I kind of messed this up, so it should have ended like over here, but I accidentally cut a few too many pages. So even though I was back in Vancouver here, it is still part of the cutout. Here I did a little flap of this beautiful tea. We were approaching the launch of the fountain pen, so I did some writing samples with the different nibs. I got a hard-boiled egg cooker on this day, and I was really excited about it. A very long to-do list. I have a new desktop now, but yeah, throughout 2025, my old one was like crashing at least 2 to 3 times a day, and it was very, very disruptive. This was the launch of the fountain pen collaboration, and as you can see, I was very stressed about it. My mom got another fever. What am I saying? My mom got another fever, and we ended up going to the hospital. This is one of my favorite stories from last year. I was wearing like a running vest, and somebody at the grocery store asked me if I had scoliosis. Anyways, this was my very short trip to Los Angeles. This was for the Esterbrook fountain pen launch. I basically hung out with my friend Cindy for these few days, and it was really fun. Tried Erewhon, got stuck on the 405. This was the actual day of the event, and we tried to hit up as many places as possible. I really like the colors of these few days. Thought. Being happy for other people is like free happiness. You get to be happy and celebrate without having to do anything nor put in any work yourself. Be happy for others. Ooh, I really like this color palette. Kind of funky. Too busy for a to-do list. Works in the stationery industry but somehow cannot find a pen and paper for a meeting. I did early voting on this day. This is when I met up with Linda, Sheila, and Corolla, and we played with a bunch of fountain pens and inks. Kind of crazy. I really like this color palette as well. Productive day. For this day, I wrote it upside down because I didn't want to answer the prompt right away, so I started from the bottom. I dropped my quinoa. I don't know why I find that so funny. It's like such a random thing. Take it slow today. And these are some doodles of my nephew. This was Canada's election day, and I drew an emotional support potato. Not today. 8 months later, I have absolutely zero idea what happened on this day, but at the time it was probably a huge deal. Let's see. Survived April. These are Linda's cats, and I felt like it was appropriate to put it in my planner. I went to Nemesis Coffee with my sister. Really like these duck stickers. Another planner hangout, this time at Cha Time, and these were some little pen swatches. I really like this nautical theme. Wait, what are some good things? I got a rice cooker, the sun is coming out, and I bought a vest for my mom's birthday. This is when the Pen Boutique sent me my own platinum fountain pen, just to basically congratulate me for the Esterbrook collaboration. I was very touched, especially because they also had all of the customers in attendance at their event write a little message on a Rhodia notepad, and they sent that to me as well. It was just so unexpected, and I was very emotional. Okay, I got sick on this day. Apparently I was having a crisis. Had some time with my sister. I think I cut a bit of my finger on this day. What is your favorite part about being you? I don't know. I was really scrambling these few days because I was doing some last minute prep for the Miso Paper London workshop. And again, this is when I did the little Dutch store style. I did a bunch of magazine cutouts for the headers. I remember my flight there was freezing cold, and I ended up stealing blankets from some of the empty seats. I got some nosebleeds, which is, super fun. This was workshop day 1, day 2, day 3, and this is when I met up with Chloe and she took me around. I cut these pages down because I think about the fact that when I'm traveling, I likely don't have as much time to journal, but then as you can see, I end up just having so much to say. Anyways, I think this was my free day in London, and I went back on Wednesday. These were some inks that some lovely customers in London gifted me. I started growing some microgreens. Very exciting. On this day, I forgot to take my meds, so I was having a very off day. I got a toaster, which I was really excited about. I have been microwaving bread for the past several months. This was the start of the washi pre-order and Father's Day celebration. First spin class. And I think these few days I started going on my second round of a dating spree. So yeah, I had a sushi date and then coffee date. And because I'm extremely introverted, dating especially just drains me so much, hence the low battery. Another fountain pen hangout. Went on another date. Another date. Oh my gosh, I really like how I did the beach day with the craft paper. My day so far. Right, I remember I ran to the bank, I brought the wrong card, I ran back home, ran back to the bank, and then I ran back home again. It was kind of crazy. This is a little pull-out thing that I made. A little IKEA haul and another planner friend meetup. I haven't gone to one in a very long time, unfortunately, just because I've been really busy. Hopefully I can go to another one soon. And I did some watercoloring for this. I believe, yes, my friend Cindy was visiting me from LA these few days, so I went to downtown a lot to take her around. Oh man, this is when I started liking one of the guys that I was seeing at the time, but then shortly after I broke it off. I had another date at the Vancouver Aquarium, and we went to Ernest Ice Cream afterwards. This was another date, and happened here? Oh yes, this is when I recalled an incident from, I think, the day before, where I was getting catcalled by a bunch of dudes in a truck, and it really spooked me because they were like going the same direction as my home. Anyways, this is when I finally got a new desktop. Thankfully, no more computer crashes every day. Losing my mind and still reading the worldly philosophers. Whoa, a very long entry, which I don't really want to read. This was a really random date. We went to Brandy Melville and a farmer's market. And this is when I confirmed that I will be going to the San Francisco Pen Show. I was really excited. And I wrote awkward here because this is when I kind of realized that I wanted to break things off with the guy that I liked. So yeah. Anyways, the washi tapes for my 25th birthday event. My sister gifted me an AeroPress for coffee. Oh my gosh, this was another date to a cat cafe, and we had udon afterwards. I told you, I went through some crazy dating sprees, but thankfully that is over, because I honestly didn't really enjoy it. Oh gosh, August is when things kind of go downhill, so brace yourself. So this was August 6th is my actual birthday, and I made myself a French almond cake. August 9th was when we had the birthday sale, so that's why I didn't really do a to-do list. Very overwhelmed, and this is my Jet Pens haul. This is when Lauren kindly gifted me a set of handmade watercolors, and I was doing some swatches. There we go. This is when my allergic reaction started happening, and that is what I'm still dealing with to this day. It wasn't too big of a deal at this point, so the next day I went on a hike. It was the Kennedy Falls hike, and it was really fun. And I did some scrapbooking, and I really like the scenery. As you can see, it was getting pretty bad, and I made a little mind map of things that are currently stressing me out. Get me out of this timeline. This is also when my fridge broke, so I didn't have a working fridge for like a month, or maybe a month and a half even. Oh boy, bumps are spreading. Bumps are still bumping. Good for them. Oh my gosh, I try to involve humor in my unfortunate events. This was my 2026 Hobonichi wish list. Bumps are turning into patches. Patchy bumps are patchin' and bumpin'. Oh my gosh, okay, I'm gonna stop reading all of that. This is when I mixed my Robert Oster Coffee Monster ink with the Esterbrook Forgotten Iced Coffee ink, and I turned it into Forgotten Coffee Monster. I really like this shade, actually. My sister got me a car scent diffuser, so I saved part of the gift message and the tissue paper. So this was my trip to San Francisco, and oh my gosh, my face was so swollen these few days, and I was still like itching everywhere. So yeah, it wasn't like the best circumstances, but I still had a really good time. This was the Hobonichi launch day, and this was my name tag from the show. But then yeah, as soon as I got back, I basically went to the ER because my allergy hive situation was just getting really bad. Oh, and this is when I felt like my life was falling apart. But hey, I'm still here. These are some fun ink swatches. This is when I started combining a few days onto a page. These were inspired by the Baggu reusable bag patterns, and I really like it. I was testing the stamps that came in. This is when the Coffee Monsters Co. started selling at Atlas Stationers in Chicago. I was embarrassed by something. A sketchy day. I really like this hoodie emoji, so I actually refined it into a sticker for the January freebie. These robots I saved from the Hobonichi pamphlet. A Cezanne order. This is when I went to Seattle just for one day, less than 24 hours, I think. This is a spread of things that are going well and things that are stressing me out. These are the color palettes for the 2026 collection. I'm not going to talk about these too much because these are fairly recent, so I feel like I've already talked about them recently. Duh. This was another trip to Chicago. I just keep going back to Chicago. I think it's my favorite city after Vancouver. But between you and me, I think it's my favorite city of all time. But I feel like as a Vancouverite, I have to say Vancouver is my favorite city. These are the Q4 washi tapes. Yeah, and I think just around this time, I have been, I don't know, I don't say the word depressed lightly, but I think I'm just like kind of spiraling a little bit. Anyways, this is when my dad went to the ER. He had something going on with his heart. Some doodles of the Halloween candies that I picked out. Some brainstorming for my Hobonichi cover. I am the source of my problems. We love some self-awareness. I spilled a bunch of water everywhere, so a lot of smudges on this one. This is when my friend came over to visit me, so we went to downtown Vancouver quite a bit. They are into fountain pens as well, so I was just playing around with all of their pens. Made banana bread. This was Black Friday. Oh, and November 30th is empty because I actually wrote it here. I just kind of copied the header. This was Cyber Monday, and we had the new alphabet clipping digitals and some new paper patterns, so I just printed out a few of them. Ahead of being behind. Oh yes, I haven't done my December planner update, so you haven't seen any of this. So this is all new. This is also a digital file. They're back. What's back? I think, oh yes, I remember now. Yeah, my hives are just, I don't know, they're popping up everywhere. These were 3 days combined into one. This was another exciting week where I was visiting my friend and then they were visiting me. So I again did this Dutch store style. And on this day, I suppose I finished my Hobonichi cousin setup. But yeah, anyways, we went to Joe and the Juice, Strings Ramen. This was me playing with their Mont Blanc. As some of you might know, I do own one now, which is exciting. These are some new sticky notes, but in a longer version. And I also made a wider version. Wait, I think I have it here. Yeah, so I made some longer versions like this, which I think would be really nice for the weekly section. And I also made some wider versions, which I think will be really nice also for the weekly section. If you want to like have something span 2 columns, this is what the original one looks like. Or you can use it in your Hobonichi weeks. So I'm really excited about this for the new year. They're not out yet, but I will probably put them out when we reopen. These are some vellums. And yeah, I was really busy these few days, so that is why I cut down my pages so much. We started a new TV series called Maigret. I typed this in and it's very tiny because I was basically dealing with phone issues all day and I just didn't really do anything else. This was Christmas Eve and then Christmas. We celebrated on the 26th. And then this was the last new release of 2025 and I checked the data and I responded to 538 emails on this day. On the 28th, I did a spread of my 2025 favorites, just a bunch of random things. Inks, washi, Tombow colors, pens, other stuff like Lululemon track pants, book, skincare, Sailor brush pens, and the Stairmaster. This was the start of the shop break. And then I went to the mall in the evening. On Tuesday, I was basically rotting in bed all day. And honestly, New Year's Eve, it wasn't the best day. Hello again, it is actually a few days later, which is why the lighting's different. I realized that I should probably do a flip through of my weekly pages as well, and I also promised everyone to show my planner weigh-in at the end. So this was my first weekly spread of 2025. I find that every year by default I kind of do like a yellowish golden yellow spread. This is this year, and 2025 I leaned more into like a golden yellow. This was when I introduced the Helen's Sketchbook Washi, which is still one of my favorites. I actually have a restock batch coming up when we reopen, which is very exciting. A really colorful fruits theme, and this is when my best friend left for Germany. I'm actually considering visiting her in Germany this March, so hopefully I can make that happen. This was a self-care and tea theme, kind of a random mix. A spread for Lunar New Year, but I didn't finish off Saturday and Sunday. You'll probably notice that I often have empty spaces on Saturday and Sundays. This was shortly after I moved into my own place, so you can see that I often marked when my parents' garbage days were, because I would run to their house and take out their garbage bins. However, at some point I stopped doing that because they told me to stop doing that. So yeah, I think we started getting snow around this time, so I pulled out this wintry washi. This was Valentine's Day week, and I thought it would be fun to do like black for all of the days except for February 14th, which is pink. This is a sardine and tinned fish washi, which I love so much. Bit empty on the weekends. This was the shop anniversary week. March 5th is our shop anniversary. I really like how I marked going to the trampoline with my friends. So yes, March 5th was the actual anniversary date, but we didn't really do anything to celebrate. March 15th was part 1 of the anniversary sale. And then right after, I went to Chicago for the Chicago Stationery Fest. So this is the Emotis in Chicago washi. I really want to expand this like emotis in a certain city or country washi collection. Anyways, that was a fun weekend. This was kind of a Frankenstein spread. I didn't really have a theme going on, but I just pulled out a bunch of random colors and stickers, I suppose. And this was the week we launched the Esterbrook collaboration, so anniversary part 2. And here I wrote, honestly, I can't recall what I did today, lol, probably just emails. And then I started packing because right after I left for Los Angeles for the little collaboration pop-up event. And I really like how I did the washi at the top. I just pulled out a bunch of light pink, light purple, and light blue washi tape. I kind of just randomly layered them. Alright, I'm using a bunch of these really cute duck stickers. Sometimes I do a little bit of color coding as well. This is one of my favorite ideas that I came up with last year. Just a little tea tag. I cut out a bunch of numbers from flyers and magazines. This is when I left for Linden to teach the workshops, and sometimes I will do like a split sidebar with different habits because my habits when traveling are definitely different from at home. And then this is like a half London spread and half like peach spread, just because the first part of the week I was still traveling, and then I switched themes when I came back. A little bit more color coding. Oops. These are some simple florals that I doodled. I also doodled the lavender at the bottom. This was a very summery spread. This is probably one of my favorite washi tapes of last year. I think this is when I was really preparing for the birthday sale, and the theme for the birthday was like primary colors, so I was using the kits here. And this was my birthday week. This is the week I went on the Kennedy Falls hike, and I used the emojis in BC washi. And this was also when I started my mysterious allergic reaction. And following that, this was my very down week because of the hives situation, and as you can see, my fridge broke, so I basically canceled all of my plans. A lot of like missing chunks, no idea what I did, sad, itchy, and sluggish, and yeah, a little blurb at the bottom. This is when I went to San Francisco, and this is when I went to the emergency room, and I basically stayed overnight. Oh, I forgot this happened. Yeah, I started sleeping at my parents' place because I wasn't sure if my hives were due to like some environmental factor, like maybe I have mold in my house or something, but I don't think that is the case. And I think around this time was when I started feeling a lot of stress about the 2026 collection, because for the past few weeks I was just like dealing with my health issues and all of that. So a lot of late nights and design work. All of these pencils were probably related to the 2026 collection. And this is when I started bringing in some fall themes. This is when I went to Seattle, literally just for a day, but I felt the need to dedicate the entire week to a travel theme. Another kind of color blocked week. So this is when I was in Vancouver, and then this is when I was in Chicago. I was still in Chicago, and then I came back to Vancouver. Another empty weekend. This is when my friend came to visit me, and they stayed for a little over a week. And we went to Vancouver a lot, so I used the like city theme. This is when I went to visit my friend, and then we came back together. I really like these foiled seal stickers. I kind of just use them to like frame the spread. And finally, this was my last spread of 2025. All right, and then before I end off, let's do the weight. So as you can see, my planner plateaued and dropped weight at some point. So starting like July, it was at 610 grams, and then I ended off the year with 619 grams. And that was mostly because I did a lot of like cutouts like this. So even though I pasted stuff in, I suppose the amount that I cut out exceeded the weight of the items that I put in. So that's kind of interesting. And also I mentioned in my setup video that I was a little bit too ambitious. As you can see, this goes up to 950 grams, and I'm nowhere near that. So for 2026, my planner weight only goes up to 700, which I think is a lot more realistic. And one other thing is that I wasn't being a very good, I don't know, scientist. That's probably not the right word, but I will say I weighed my planner without keeping track of like what I was keeping inside these pockets, and I feel like that has a material impact on the actual weight of the planner. So for 2026, I'm going to ensure that all of the pockets are empty before I weigh it, so that I can be a little bit more accurate with my measurements. Alright, so that is it for this video. After I stop recording, I'm going to close this up and put it on my bookshelf. Last year was definitely a tough one for me, but hopefully 2026 treats me well, and I hope 2026 treats you well as well. That was a lot of wells. Thank you so much for all of your support, and I hope you have a wonderful year ahead. Take care and goodbye. Hi everyone, I hope you're having a wonderful October so far. It is time for my September planners and journals update. I feel like every month I preface by saying that I don't have anything too exciting to share, and this time, for real, I have just like nothing to share. And because of that, I brought out some fun things. I'm going to show you some inks that I got at the San Francisco Pen Show. I'm going to give a little sneak peek into my day free so far. And I'm also going to talk about something that I didn't like in the month of September. All right, starting with my reading journal. I have not touched the book in maybe 4 weeks, 5 weeks, I don't know, since the last time. I do believe I read a little bit more of the Book of Disquiet, so I think I wrote more here since the last time. Here I wrote ponder this another time. What did I want to ponder? It's this passage. I'll put it on the screen because I don't want to read it. I think I possibly read a little bit more of the Worldly Philosophers. And I have this sticky note here because my doodle of Adam Smith was freaking me out while I was reading. Adam Smith was an economist and he wrote The Wealth of Nations, and I drew a doodle of him based on my memory and the descriptions from the book. And I don't know, it's just so creepy. So I think at some point I'm gonna like maybe rip the sticky note up and then redraw him, and whatever text I end up covering, like I'll rewrite it with gel pen, because again, it was like staring at me while I was reading. Anyways, I also started reading Three Men in a Boat. Oh, I left a lot of extra pages here because I'm only this much into the book and I already wrote like a little over 2 pages of notes. So I feel like I have a lot to say about the rest of the book as well. So yeah, that's why I left so many empty pages. And I also, again, started Three Men in a Boat. Unfortunately, though, I have not really read anything in the past month. Next up is my commonplace journal, and similar to my reading journal, I probably made like 1 or 2 entries. Yeah, I don't want to keep talking about it, but basically, apart from going to the gym and doing chores and adult stuff, that sounded really wrong. Like adult chores. I have just been locked in on the 2026 collection, so I haven't done much extracurriculars, I suppose. I wrote some notes about histamine intolerance due to the hive situation. These are all notes from Naive Set Theory, so math notes. More math notes. This one I didn't write a title for. I think this was an article maybe from The Economist or The New Yorker about cell phones in high schools. And then this I wrote fairly recently. This was an article called Examining the Lump of Labor Fallacy Using a Simple Economic Model. I didn't understand my own abbreviation. Oh, and this ink color is one of the new ones that I got from the SF Pen Show, which I will talk about in a little bit. So that is it for my commonplace journal. Next up is my Hobonichi Weeks for health and fitness. I haven't finished filling out the last few days of September. You guys already know I am terrible at habit tracking, so this is good enough. I do want to point out, I've already talked about how I draw these like bars to indicate when I travel, because when I'm traveling I usually get less steps in and I also don't work out as consistently. So this just helps me see like, okay, during this block I missed a bunch of workouts, but that's because I was traveling somewhere. So over here I drew another line and it's very hard to see that it's actually a dark red. This is one of the Sarasa vintage colors and I do wish I used a slightly brighter red. But anyways, I used this line to indicate that this is when I was suffering the most from my hives, whatever situation. And because of that, over here, like you can see that I was not allowed to really work out. And this is when I went to the SF Pen Show and it kind of overlapped. So that is why I drew it a little bit more to the right. And again, the allergy, whatever situation, it's still going on, which is why I just drew an arrow This is just like when it was the absolute worst, and now I'm kind of just like used to it, and I'm trying to get back into daily life, you know? So I just wanted to share this little bit. Obviously, I hope this never happens to you, but if some life situation comes up where you want to point out an anomaly, I think this is a really good way to do so. Although, again, I would use a brighter color so it's more distinguishable from black. All right. So I'm going to show a little bit of the end of August as well, because I believe when I left off last time, we still had a few days of August left to go. So this is another interesting spread. So again, this was when my hives were like the absolute worst, and I was really scared because it was like getting worse every single day. So what I did was I split the page into 3 columns, technically 4, and I just used the little dots that they give you. And I basically turned this into a calendar. I know it's a little bit confusing because usually calendars go from Monday to Sunday like this, but I just wanted to follow the pre-printed dates. So that's why it goes from Monday to Sunday this way. And basically what I wanted to do was document the timeline from the beginning. So from when I first noticed, which was the 14th of August, which was a Thursday, and so we go 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and it just goes on and on and on. And I did stop filling this out because I ended up just like tracking my symptoms elsewhere. But yeah, this was just like really helpful for me, especially because obviously my memory fades as time goes on. And especially like when I'm waiting a week or 2 weeks or a month for a doctor's appointment, I want to be sure that I have a record of exactly how things progress, you know. Over here I wrote notes just of things that I noticed. For example, I was most inflamed at night and in the morning, just things for me to keep track of. And then I also have a list of medications that I've tried. So my sister and my brother-in-law, they are both pharmacists, so they were able to give me some like instant recommendations. So again, in case the doctors ask, I just wanted to have a list prepared of things that I've tried. This is no longer up to date because I have moved on from this page, but this was really helpful at the time. Okay, the next week, again, it's very different from all of my past spreads. So this was when I started suspecting that maybe it's something that I have been eating. I know that allergies can develop later in life, and it could be something that I have never been allergic to, but suddenly I developed an allergy. So this is like a little meal tracker that I did. And again, during this time, I was not working out because I did find that like taking showers and sweating a lot, sun exposure, that made it worse. So that's why like I didn't really need these spreads, as in I didn't need these spreads for tracking my workouts. I made one column for meal 1, meal 2, and snacks. And as you can see, this is a very intense tracker compared to my usual 3 habits, which I have been doing like up until this point, but now I have like 5 billion things to track. So very quickly, I have cups of coffee, medication, skincare. These bubbles indicate when I showered. This water bottle indicates when I sweat. This is sun exposure. Again, I was trying to limit that. And then this fire just means like when I felt very, very inflamed. All right, so moving on from that, another adapted spread, but I was trying to get back to my usual routine at this point. So I still kept a column for my meals, and then I had a section for my workouts, some notes about my symptoms, a pretty intense habit tracker again. I wasn't really into like the on sale stuff anymore because at this point my fridge was still broken, so I couldn't really buy much anyways. This week, honestly, I was just feeling very down and depressed, so I didn't do much. I had a section for my workouts, and then at the end of the week, I think I just like did this recap of the week. And then I think after this, I kind of went back to my normal routine. At this point, I was like, I don't want this to completely take away my life. So I'm still trying to act as normally as possible, given the circumstances. So this was a travel theme because I did go to Seattle on the weekend. And I did a matching Hobonichi cousin spread as well. Really like how this turned out. This is this week. I kept it really simple, just did some doodles with markers. And yeah, I think that is all I have to say about my Hobonichi weeks. I do plan on using the 2026 Hobonichi weeks for the exact same purpose. Alright, Hobonichi cousin. Let's start with the monthly section. I'm so happy to be using these like fall colors now. This was a cafe theme, not much to say. This is October, which I just planned I think yesterday, and it's like an outdoorsy theme. And I'm also not too sure when the 2026 collection is going to come out, either the 25th or the 31st. We'll see if I can get things done early. Okay, moving on to the weekly section. I don't believe I showed this in the last video, but yeah, this was the week I went to San Francisco for the San Francisco Pen Show. This was a sticker set featuring Korean foods, I believe, and I pulled out this tomato red washi, which I thought matches really well. So I left for San Francisco on the 28th, and this is basically everything that we did. Came back on the 31st, and I wrote, "This day was a fever dream," because I ended up going to the emergency room on the 31st. And if you know anything about going to emergency rooms in Canada, maybe other parts of the world as well, basically you should expect to wait like 10 plus hours. So yeah, I stayed there overnight, and that is why like I am continuing this arrow into the 1st of September. This week I used this set of really pretty floral stickers that one of my customers gave me. For a while I slept at my parents' place as well, just because I was really struggling, and also like a lot of canceled things, because like if I could secure a doctor's appointment last minute, then I would obviously go to the doctor's appointment. So yeah, a lot of things not going to plan, but that is how life is. This is like a mosaic washi that I got from Jet Pens, and I think it's really fun. I think this is when I started feeling a little bit more stable. Not necessarily that it was getting better, but like I wasn't getting like progressively worse every day. So I kind of like knew what to expect, and I could better manage my symptoms. So yeah, I started getting a lot more work done and going back to my normal life this week. For the 2026 collection, I did a lot of design work at cafes, and it was quite expensive, you know, paying for coffee every day, sometimes 2 coffees. However, I think I truly needed that just to kind of motivate myself, especially after the past few weeks. This is the Autumnal Neighborhoods washi. Really happy to bring out some fall colors, and as you can see, lots of pencils. This is all for the 2026 collection. And then this is another travel theme, again matching with the Hobonichi weeks. This was my week in Seattle, or rather my weekend in Seattle. It was supposed to be for less than 24 hours, but then my flight was delayed by a few hours, so I just hung out at the airport for a bit, caught up on journaling and all of that. And yeah, this is this current week. Let's move on to the daily section. So again, I have been really into like doing these sort of Dutch store styles when I travel. So for this one, I just ripped it up, and I really like the ripped paper look. This was the day before I left, and then first day in San Francisco, we went to Motoring Coffee, which is really good. Also Millie Cafe or something, to journal and also get some work done. I brought my sketching materials so I could continue on the 2026 collection. Second day, we had free hotel breakfast, which was so exciting, and I think like 90% of my plate was eggs. Like I had hard-boiled eggs and scrambled eggs. I was very happy. I did some research into mast cell activation syndrome because a lot of people suggested that I could possibly have this. I don't think I do, and I brought it up with my doctor and she didn't think so either. I might ask again, but yeah, this was just me reading into that. And then my sister and I, we arrived separately. So my sister arrived on this day and it became the three of us, me, my sister, and Cindy. And we went to a bunch of different places: Little Luca Sandwich, Kinokuniya, Trader Joe's, Bagu, lots of fun things. Aw, I wrote, what if I go blind and I can't draw anymore? That makes me sad. This was like, again, the height of the situation. So my cheeks, my jaws, and also my eyes were all swollen, which is why at the SF Pen show I was wearing a face mask. And I think I was having a really tough time with my eyes on this day. So I was genuinely just like a little bit afraid that I would go blind or something. And then at the pen show, I got some goodies, which I will share in a little bit. Overall, I had an amazing time. I was able to meet some longtime customers. Thank you so much for all of your cards and gifts. I got a lot of tea, which I was really excited to try. Okay, and then the 31st was the Hobonichi launch day, which was very exciting. However, again, I went to the ER on this day unexpectedly, so yeah. This was my name tag from the SF Pen show, and this was like a little cycle that I drew. Okay, finally moving into September. I will say this video also goes over some pretty negative and sad topics. It is currently early October. I'm still obviously upset about the situation, but I do think I have a much more positive mindset. So hopefully it's not sad to watch. I don't know. But yeah, at this time, I just felt like my life was literally falling apart. So I don't want to read that, but that's what it was. I think this is where I will talk about the inks that I got at the SF Pen show, and also talk about something that I didn't like in the month of September. So the first ink that I got was the Diamine 160 year anniversary bottles. This one is Port of Call, and this is also what I used for the Commonplace journal. It's a really nice bright teal color. Oh wait, I am a dingus. This was an order from Wonder Pens. If you recall, I recently did a haul video and I said that my Wonder Pens order didn't arrive by the time I wanted to upload the video. So this is actually from Wonder Pens. I apologize. Anyways, doesn't matter. This is Diamine Port of Call, and I love the bottle. I also got another Diamine bottle. It is Canal Side. Very hard to see. It's a very dark foresty green. However, this was a gift for someone, so I don't have the bottle anymore. The other ink that I got, I guess I got 3 Diamine inks. This is Diamine Salamander. So on the label, it looks like a gray, like a green gray. And I was really confused because online, it also looked kind of brown. So I honestly got it because I was really curious about it. And again, it's probably not going to be distinguishable on camera, but in person, it is just a very, I would say, dark gray with a hint of green. And I actually really like this. I think this would be really nice if you want something a little bit more interesting than black, but you also don't want to use something super bright. And then from the SF Pen show, I got this ink from Monarca, and I believe these are inspired by like Mexican themes. I don't know where the box is, but it also came with this like little wooden stand and pen rest, which is really cool. I thought that was a really nice touch, and I didn't know that when I purchased it. So a very nice surprise. And this is this lovely blue over here. At this point, I think 50% of my ink collection is some variant of this like denim blue or like cobalt blue. And then also at the SF Pen show, I got the Pilot Iroshizuku ink cartridge set, Takesumi, which is the black. And I got this because my Pilot Vanishing Point ran out of ink, and I didn't have like a syringe on me and stuff. So I was like looking for the first set of black cartridge that I could find. And I was like, Pilot Iroshizuku, I love all of their other colors. I think I have like 4 bottles. Konpeki is one of my favorite colors. And so I was like, okay, Iroshizuku, black, what can go wrong? I don't know if it's just me, but this is like one of the worst blacks that I've tried. I hope I don't offend anyone, but it is just like my personal experience. I know that Hobonichi changed their papers, and especially with the 2025 batch, a lot of people had bleed-through issues. I personally did not experience that, and at first I was super confused what people were talking about. But yeah, after seeing like all of the photos on social media, I was like, okay, I guess like I just got a good one, and maybe there were some duds that other people were receiving. After I started using this ink, I just encountered so many like feathering and bleed through issues, ghosting, etc. So I don't know, like it's definitely a fact that Hobonichi changed their papers, but I also do believe the ink that you use really does matter, because I have never experienced this kind of effect before, and I will show you some like worse bleed throughs in a second. But yeah, usually I use the Diatramentis Document Black, and I have never had any issues with that. September 2nd, I was catching up on a bunch of prompts, and this is, I think, when I started sleeping over at my parents' place, because again, I was really struggling with my health situation. This was a spread using some bits from a new tea that I tried. This was gifted to me by a customer at the SF Pen Show. On this day, I was proud because I drove to my sister's workplace, which I've never done before, and I voluntarily changed lanes a few times. I'm a very anxious driver, so that is me being absolute wild. This was another interesting spread. You can see a little bit of oddity going on. So I actually cut out a page here. I cut out the headers and I stuck it on a single page. And because Saturday and Sunday was like shaded in, I also decided to shade in Friday. Although I don't think the color matches very well, so I feel like I should have just left that empty. But yeah, I hope this kind of, you will see more of this later on, but I hope this kind of shows you that I also do go through periods where I just don't have the energy, or I'm just not in the mood to journal. I still try to do a little bit, but I'm not able to like fill out an entire page every single day. And sometimes it's okay to just like leave things empty, and I do that. But if I want to like still fill things out, I might do something crafty like this, you know? Tuesday, being a little bit more positive, so I wrote down some good things that were happening. One day at a time. This was the start of like being inspired by Baggu, which is like a reusable bag company, and they have a lot of funky, fun patterns. So credits for all of the creativity to Baggu and their artists. This was supposed to be a ribbons and apricots theme. However, when I first attempted to draw this, it just looked like a butt hanging from a twig. So I clarified, this is an apricot and not a butt. And I kind of learned from that. I realized that I made it a little too round and perfect. So I think for the other apricots, they look a little less like butts and actually like a stone fruit. Here I wrote uh-oh because I saw 3 new bumps on my legs, so I was kind of freaked out about that. Another spread inspired by Baggu. This was like ribbons and like, oh, this was the Get Ready With Me theme, so like toiletries, beauty products, and my Hobonichi shipped. Oh, and then on this day I was coding. I was writing a code because the USA tariff situation was just taking up so much time, and I was like, there has to be an easier way. This is continuing the Baggu inspiration. This is like an apple spread. I got the stamp pre-orders in. I just test stamped hi and bye. No real reason. I just wanted to test them. This was a Miffy spread. Again, inspired by Baggu. You can see the bleed through here from this ink. Like, I have never had this happen before. So, I don't know, like maybe the Hobonichi paper was worse and at the same time that ink was not behaving very well. So I don't know. Anyways, I got my Hobonichi order, so I cut up like some of the brochure stuff, drew a little robot. This is when our products were launched at Atlas Stationers in Chicago, which was very exciting. This was something very embarrassing happened to me today. Not today, on this day. I'm not going to share what it is because, again, it was embarrassing. But yeah, this is basically just a sticky note that I folded in half, and I wrote the story inside. Oh, right. Again, during these days, I was working a lot at a cafe, just like painting clip art. I had a grandpa just like watch over my work for a little bit, and we just had a really nice conversation, and I felt very happy. I drew an emoji with a hoodie, and I wrote sketchy day because, I was doing a lot of sketching for the 2026 collection. Oh, another favorite, I already talked about it in my previous video, I think. But yeah, the Hobonichi Techo pen, I actually really like it. As you can see, no, not every page is gonna be beautiful. By contrast, this was like a very gray spread. And then we move on to this like super colorful spread. This was, again, one of the brochures from the Hobonichi order. I cut up the robots and all of the little doodles and created the spread. I received my order from Cezanne on this day. I just got a really nice green cardigan. And I also drank another new tea, Japanese sencha. What is the dominant emotion in your life right now? Uncertainty. I got a gift from Lauren. I actually received it, I think, a few days before, but I didn't really have space to paste it in. But yeah, she got me the Drizzlicious rice cakes, and those were really, really good. On this day, I was packing or getting ready for the Seattle trip. A lot of smudges. I didn't check anything off, but I did, in fact, pack everything. And again, I've been really into like ripping up these pages. So this was the day before I left, and I put down this vinyl that says, "Can't function, cancel the day. Yes, okay." And I did a to-do list section for must do, ideal, and bonus points. And we wanted to bake brown butter banana bread, so I just quickly put a recipe here so that I could reference it. So this was basically my full day in Seattle. I really like this color palette. Similar to Vancouver, I think Seattle's like known for rain and stuff, so that's why I doodled some rain and umbrella, although the weather was really nice. So we went to the Museum of Pop Culture. I took the train, which was exciting. This is like a little flap. And we also went to a park, Analog Coffee, probably missed a bunch of stuff. I also tried Five Guys for the first time. I've always wanted to try it. I think it's only an American thing. I'm not too sure. In general, I don't really like the taste of meat, so I don't eat it too much. And in general, I don't really like hamburgers, so I did just have the hot dog, and I really, really like the fries. That was really good. Okay, and then Sunday, the 28th, I just straight up deleted the day. I was so busy with work and all of the things that I needed to catch up on. I was honestly also very sad and feeling down, so I just didn't have much that I wanted to write. That also went on to Monday, so honestly it was perfect. I didn't really feel like journaling much these few days. I put down a feeling down or down days sticker over here. Again, I'm doing better now, so don't you worry. This spread was inspired by this Twinings tea that I tried. I got this from one of my customers in the UK, and this is a Sweet Dreams tea, and I really like the colors of this one. So I saved the tag and I drew a little string. And that is it. I do have spreads for October, obviously, because we are in the first week of October, but I will save that for the next update. I will quickly talk about two things. First, this pocket bullet journal. I think if you have been keeping up with my updates, you probably noticed that I have not used this at all, and I get comments here and there. Very nice comments. It's not a problem. of people saying like, I miss seeing your bullet journal spreads in your pocket bullet journal. And honestly, like I miss it as well. It's just that like at this time in my life, I feel very uninspired by it because I am just like so busy with work that I don't have time to do extra content around this. So yeah, for now, I'm not going to be using this just because I'm not in the mood to do so and it's not benefiting me in any way. And one of my values, I don't know, this sounds super dramatic, but like one thing that I really try to do is I don't put out content and spreads that I don't personally use. So if I'm not like functionally using a planner and it's not making me happy, I'm not gonna do like fake spreads to post on social media. I just want to share like what I genuinely use on a day-to-day basis. So that is why I stopped making content around this journal, but I do know that I'm gonna go back to it. I feel like bullet journaling is one of those things where, you know, you can take a break from it and you can go back to it at any time. And I do hope that I find the energy to go back to that at some point. And yeah, very quickly, I will show you a little bit of my day free so far. This technically starts in January, but I wanted to just like try out a few things. Here you can see some of my notes for the 2026 collection, some diagrams, drawings, stuff like that. Okay, I think I have been talking for like an hour and a half. I thought this was going to be a really short video, but turns out I'm still feeling chatty. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you take care, and I will hopefully see you next week. Bye. And then for my reading journal, I always pick like a secondary color for the vocabulary, and this pink ink is Robert Oster Melbourne Rose in the Kaweco medium nib. Alright, so this is literally it for my reading journal. Hopefully I can start reading more and I'll have better updates for you next time. Next up, I have my commonplace journal, which similar to the reading journal, I just have not really read anything or been interested in anything for the past few months, but I do have a single entry. This was an article from the New Yorker, and the ink is Port of Call, which I also got a few months ago. It is a gorgeous teal color. Once again, I know my lighting's terrible, but it really is pretty in person. Okay, so that is it for my commonplace journal. I have been itching to do more math lately, so maybe I will have some math entries in the next update. Okay, I don't know which one I want to talk about first. Recipe journal, I also haven't really cooked too much. I do cook most of my meals at home, but I mean like try new recipes. But I do believe I added two recipes. So the first one is in the savory section, so number 6. So I had a friend visit me, and they are from Nigeria, so I decided to try to make jollof rice. I never had jollof rice before, so I don't know if I did a good job, but I followed a recipe from Zena's Kitchen, and I personally really enjoyed it. Although like I don't have really good spice tolerance, so it was a little bit too spicy for me. Okay, and then what was the other one that I added? Sweet potato brownies. That's in number 4. There we go. Although I feel like I should have added this to my healthy desserts section. I feel like I should have added that in May. But anyways, this was really good. Obviously not as like rich and delicious as a regular brownie, but it was good for what it is. I still really enjoyed it, and I really like this sweet potato doodle that I made. So yes, this is my reading journal. And then I will quickly talk about my ADHD notebook. I think I included this in one of my recent videos, but I finished my previous ADHD notebook, so I decided to start a new one, and this is a Leuchtturm pocket bullet journal, and I have it in the dot grid. I love the crackling spine sound, although of course now it's not gonna, yeah, there we go. Anyways, I have this trying emoji vinyl, and I hand lettered Helen, and I pretty much kept it the same as my previous one. So instead of using it portrait-wise, I use it landscape-wise, and that's because I want more room to write down my to-do list, and I don't want like a single to-do list task to take up 2 lines. I just draw a margin with my Mildliner, the bullet tip, all the way down. I just freehand it, and this is basically just a continuous to-do list. And I also prefer it to be landscape because I feel like this flows better, whereas if I were to write it portrait-wise, you can imagine like by the time I get to the bottom, I would have to like go back to the top over here. So yeah, again, I feel like this just flows better. Very simply, this is just my very nitty-gritty to-do list for each work block. So between the 2 bars, that is like maybe 2 or 3 hours of work. The to-do list is also written chronologically, and I also write down very detailed steps of what I have to do. And this just really helps me with focusing, and also just that like feeling of accomplishment, I suppose, for checking off a task. So yeah, this has been really helpful with my productivity for the past year maybe. I don't use this like for every hour of the day, and I don't necessarily use it every day. And I will just quickly say everyone with ADHD is different, so this like super nitty-gritty system might be the opposite of what someone else with ADHD needs. So yeah, for my lifestyle and my work, this has been really helpful. And then before I get into the Hobonichi Kaizen, I will talk about my Hobonichi weeks, which is still going strong. I'm really, really proud of myself. And unless I like break a leg in December, oh gosh, I hope I didn't jinx it. But yeah, unless something happens, I think we will make it through December. So this is my steps and workout tracker. Here is a little close-up. This is a tally. This is my monthly average of steps. The little circles are color codes for the steps, and then beside that is an abbreviation of my workouts. Moving on to October, yes. I think I showed part of this in my September planner update, but I just very simply doodled some flowers here. Another very simple week. I just doodled some trees and a little house using colored pencils and some warm marker colors. For this week, I went to Chicago, so I didn't really buy any groceries, which is why I didn't fill out the on sale section. For this week, I used the Hobonichi blue ink. Still really liking this pen. Okay, so I was in Chicago for the first few days, and then I got back home. However, I caught a cold, so I decided to let myself rest for a few days and not really work out. But like I didn't work out in Chicago, so coming back, I was really looking forward to getting back into routine, and then I got a cold, so I was just going through some mental battles, I suppose. This was Halloween week. I was still dealing with my cold. I really like this black cat sticky note. Then this was a sticker set from Mindwave, and I did a matching spread in my Hobonichi Kaizen as well, which you will see later. And starting this week, I stopped tracking my symptoms for my hives, and I went back to tracking my daily highlight of each day, which I used to do towards the beginning of the year before this whole allergy situation started, mostly because my symptoms, they're still there every single day, unfortunately, but it just hasn't really changed. So I felt like writing it down every day was just kind of useless. So yeah, I decided to, focus more on the positives and start looking at the highlights of each day again. Unfortunately, you know what, I'll talk about this later. So yes, I really do like how this turned out. This week I used the Van Gogh Starry Night washi, one of my favorites. This was a grayscale week, which I also did a matching spread in my Hobonichi Kaizen. This is a stone gray emoji heads washi and some doodle stickers from Midori. This week, I did exercise a little bit. However, it was definitely a very out of routine week because again, one of my friends was visiting me and they stayed with me for a little over a week. So I didn't want to like leave them in my house while I go work out, you know? So yes, I basically didn't use my Hobonichi weeks all week, and instead at the end of the week, instead of leaving this empty, I decided to just do a general reflection on a few things. So exercise, eating, and social. And a summary of what I wrote is, I think for exercise, I was really proud of myself for not like completely mentally spiraling, for not being on my exercise routine, because I've mentioned this a few times, but I am a very routine-based person and I do not do well with change. So yeah, I was very proud of myself for being okay with it in general. As for eating, same thing. I basically eat the same thing every single day. Because I had a guest, I was eating a bit more consistently throughout the day because I had someone else to cook for. And I also tried some new recipes. And then as for social things, my general reflection was that in order to have a community of people and to have a social life, you kind of have to sacrifice a little bit of your individual comfort. Like when I'm by myself and isolated, I can obviously do everything that I want to do the way I like doing it, and I am very disciplined. However, when you involve other people, you don't always get to do things the way you like. And also, for example, maybe on a Sunday, I just want to rest at home, but a friend of mine has a birthday party, or a friend of mine asked me to help them move. So in that sense, you do have to sacrifice a little bit of your personal comfort, but I do think it is a lot more meaningful. And I guess my final thought was like, at the end of my life, looking back at your life, what is the point of like just saying, yeah, I did everything perfectly every single day, but you have no one to share it with, you know? Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why I went on that tangent. And then this is this current week. So yeah, earlier I said, unfortunately, because as you can see, I went back to tracking my hive symptoms because this week I have just noticed that I have been a little bit more inflamed than usual, and some of my previous symptoms are back. So yeah, I'm tracking that again. Hopefully it's not too big of a deal, but yeah. Anyways, that is everything in my Hobonichi weeks. I'm gonna be honest, I am getting a bit tired, so I think I will go over my Hobonichi cousin another day. Okay, next up we are going to flip through all of my Hobonichi cousin spreads. If you can't tell, this is a different day because I have trouble speaking for extended periods of time. So anyways, this is going to make up the majority of this video, and I have a lot of spreads to share. Starting with the monthly section, starting with October, which is one of my favorite themes. It's like a outdoorsy mountains and forest theme, and every time I get to use this new quarter sticker, I feel like it's kind of like a reward. Here is July, and then here's April, and oh, I guess I didn't put it for January. Whoops. Love the colors of this one. And then we have November, which was a little bit crazy, and I did film a video, Plan With Me video on this one. I had a lot of deadlines, as you can see, and I had a friend stay over for a little over a week, and I also had the Black Friday Cyber Monday sale. I have not planned for December yet, but I think I'll do that tomorrow. A very wintry color palette, which I'm really excited to work with. All right, then for the weekly section, I think my weekly spreads for November, maybe October as well, they weren't as complete. So yes, you might notice some empty days. Starting off pretty strong though. This is the At the Cafe washi, which is like a die cut washi, and I love this scenery so much. And I don't know what it is about this week, but I feel like it's a lot more minimal looking than my other ones. I was excited to show the new tab colors for 2026, and we had Mid-Autumn Festival dinner. This is also a very warm autumnal theme, except instead of using like washi tape and stickers, I just made some doodles. Very simple, but I really like it. And as you can see on the sidebar, I have kept this layout for many months now. So by this point, I kind of know exactly where to put the headers and stuff. But I got a little bit cocky, and as you can see, I miscalculated by a square. Anyways, let's move on. This was a fun week. Towards the middle of October, I went to Chicago. So to kind of represent that, I split the week into 2 colors. So this is Planning Time 4.0, which is like an orangey striped washi. And then this is 3.0, which is a really pretty denim blue color. Kind of matches my nails. So yeah, I used that to represent my time in Chicago. And I think this looks really cool. It's like contrasting colors. And I also feel like it still gives some autumnal vibes. Here at the bottom, I used the Emoji Stamp Set Volume 8, which is like my wonky bubble lettering. And for the ink, I just used Tombow markers instead of like actual ink pads so that it actually matches the spread. It's a really nice trick to use markers instead of ink pads. However, I do find that the stamping doesn't look as crisp. I will talk a little bit more about my Chicago trip later because it was a wild one. Okay, the next week, as you can see, this is where I kind of started falling off, but that's okay. But I do really like how I did the washi tape at the top. So the idea was, because I used blue to represent my time in Chicago here, I thought it would be cool to kind of like fade it out of blue into brown. So yes, Monday I was still in Chicago, and Tuesday, that is when I flew back. And then after Tuesday, you can see that I kind of picked out some light blue and then beige and then brown washi. I do wish I finished this spread though, because I think it looks really cool. Okay, then this was Halloween week. So I used the Cozy Halloween 2.0 washi tape, which is the same as 1.0, but it's a muted purple instead of a gray. Also a little bit empty on the weekend here. Oh, also this was the 2026 collection launch day. Then we had the subscription renewal, and then we had the subscription new slots. So this was just a really crazy weekend. And then we have November. This was using a set of stickers from Mindwave, I believe. And I think these colors are just so unique and perfect for fall. Once again, I did kind of fall off on the weekend over here. Apparently I was feeling a little off on this day, so I didn't really like schedule anything, but I just quickly wrote a blurb about how I was feeling. This wasn't really a seasonal spread. I feel like this reminds me of spring and summer more, but I just really wanted to use the July doodle stickers, and I doodled a bunch of strawberries at the top. I really struggled this week because, as you can see, I ran out of my ADHD medication, although like I did still have like a lower dose on hand, so I still took it, but it just wasn't it wasn't the same. So I was a little off this entire week. This is a grayscale week, and I used a bunch of these doodle stickers from Midori, and a lot of it's like coffee and tabletop journaling theme. And this is when my friend came over and spent the week here. This was a really rainy week, so I used the Emotional Rain washi tape, and I paired it with the June City Life stickers because, again, my friend was here for the entire week, so we went to Vancouver, downtown Vancouver, quite a bit, so I thought it was fitting. And this was also my mom's birthday. And this is this current week. I really wanted to squeeze out just one more autumnal spread before we dive into some like wintry spreads. Those were all of the weekly spreads. Moving on to the dailies. What is going on here? So many flaps. Okay, I'm gonna move my tea out of the way. For October and November, you will see a lot of strange layouts like this. just because, again, I have been very off lately and not really feeling like myself, so I have a lot of like out of routine things. So for this spread, I decided to do kind of like a mind map. So I have things that are going well and things that are stressing me out, and I kind of just freely wrote a bunch of stuff. I don't really want to read all of this, but aesthetically, I like how this looks. October 2nd. I thought this was really funny. It was like 9 p.m. and I was simultaneously having sleepy time tea and a cup of coffee. I do that quite often, just to confuse myself. Let's see. I had a lot of things to do for the tabs. I don't quite remember. I think maybe like a PNG export, a cut file, and the listing photo for each of the color options. This was another one of the weird spreads where I just ripped out one of the pages in the middle and I cut out the headers over here and I pasted it onto the remaining pages. So this way I only needed to fill out half of the space. I do this sometimes if I'm just like particularly busy and I also don't feel like leaving an empty space. I think over here I was having stomach problems. For this spread, I was using mostly the foiled seal stickers. Yes, I dropped a 45-pound plate on my finger. I think I talked about this in a Plan With Me or something. My thumb is okay now, so that's all good. This was a spread inspired by Aquaphor, which is a healing ointment. Not sponsored. I just discovered that it really helped with my skin issues. So yes, this is my dedication to Aquaphor. And then on this day, it was another busy day. I spent basically the entire day doing formatting for the 2026 collection color charts. I had already done the marker swatches several weeks prior. However, I haven't created the actual chart and it took way longer than I expected. So that was basically my entire day. And I really like how these color palettes look. Some swatches of the new washi tapes, and I need to sleep earlier. This is still true. I sometimes do overviews like this where I just doodle a little icon and write a blurb next to it. Why was I getting nervous? I wrote, I have this dreadful feeling that I have overlooked something or forgotten something, but I honestly can't remember what the context was. It's interesting how these things were probably really stressing me out at the time, but just a mere month later, I can't remember anymore. I doodled this thingy to kind of look like the tabs of a website, which I thought was really cool. And what's this reality check? No calm tea can help undo 3 months of sleep deprivation and overwork. Get some sleep. Whoops, I just pasted a little sticky note. This was my very sophisticated plan for the week. This was my trip to Chicago, and I did another one of those Dutch store thingies. I used the Emojis in Chicago washi tape over here. The reason why my trip to Chicago was kind of wild was because I was supposed to leave on Saturday. I got to the airport, we boarded the flight, and the plane started moving. However, after a minute or so, it stopped, and long story short, the flight got canceled, so I had to go all the way back home, and I got rebooked to Sunday. So I went back to the airport and repeated everything, and then I finally got to Chicago. So I basically wasted an entire day. The funny thing was the rebooked flight was for the exact same time, and I also had the exact same seat. So I just felt very trippy because it felt like I was just repeating an entire day. And also both days I had Joe and the Juice at the airport. But yeah, I really like how I did these headers. I think they look cool. So this was my only full day in Chicago, which was kind of sad. I was supposed to have 2 full days, but it is what it is. I went to Phil's Coffee, I toured the University of Chicago, went to Plein Air Cafe and Dessert, had breakfast, and then the next day I flew back to Vancouver. And then here I wrote, when it's a very busy week and you wake up with an itch in your throat. So yeah, right after I got back from Chicago, I caught a cold, so that was fun. And I was really stressed because I had a lot of things to work on. These are some swatches of the Q4 subscription washi tape. Here are some ideas I had for the Hobonichi weeks. This was another off day. I think, again, I was still dealing with the cold. I made a section for morning, afternoon, and evening. And I basically just wrote down a few key things that I did and also a little summary. Getting more sick. And simultaneously, I was also still dealing with the hives. So that's wonderful. Oh gosh, okay. And then continuing on with this wonderful streak. On Sunday, we had to call an ambulance for my dad, and I basically spent the entire day at the hospital, and this was just basically my stream of thoughts about that. These were like the hospital parking tickets. On this day, another weird one, I just wrote down some things that I wanted to journal about but forgot. So yeah, these were just like past things that happened, but I guess like I forgot to write about it during that day, but I still wanted to write about it. This was my Halloween candy plan. So I handed out Goldfish crackers, Nerds, and gummy clusters, gummies, Reese's Pieces, and Sour Patch Kids. Every year I put a lot of thought into my Halloween candy selection, so I was really proud of that this year. Is this something to be proud of? I don't know. This was a spooky but not so spooky spread to celebrate Halloween. However, something that was spooky was when I went on a run on this day, I was chased by a dog, so that was not fun. Okay, moving on to November. I really like how I did this prompts page. For past months, I just did a plain list like this. Just wrote it like that. But for November, I decided to have a little bit more fun. Doodled some buttons over here. These colors remind me of like Neapolitan ice cream. These are some sketches for my Hobonichi Cousin cover idea. Here are some swatches of the Midori Join Dot markers. I was feeling a little burnt out these days. At least my journal spread is looking cute. Got some new pants on this day. Fun. And for this spread, I wrote it upside down. Yeah, just because I didn't want to answer the prompt right away, so just to not like have to estimate the space I would need, I started from the bottom. These are some ink samples that I got from my friend. I had another weird day. Oh yes, so my walking pad broke, I think, on this day, and for a few days I didn't have my walking pad, which I know sounds not like a big deal. However, walking is one of the ways that I relieve my pent-up anxieties, and it really helps with my mental health. And also it has just been part of my daily routine for the past maybe 3 years. So I kind of had a really off day on this day because I do not do well with changes in routine. That's why my to-do list was looking a little weird as well. And this was a little doodle of my breakfast. I had scrambled eggs, crunchy green grapes, and kiwi. After a long day, what would be the best news ever? I guess I didn't have an answer there, so I will have to fill that out at some point. Tuesday was a very heavy design day, and I finally set up my laptop desk. I got it from IKEA, and this allows me to sit on the couch while typing away. If you could have a lifetime supply of 3 things under $3, what would you pick? And I specified on the prompts page that yes, you can say you would wish for a toonie or loonie, but just get more creative and have fun with it. So my answers were the Tombow Fudenosuke brush pen, black iced Americano, and giant perfectly ripe avocados at my disposal. I drew a little like prize ribbon and I wrote, "I am the source of my problems." It's good to have awareness, you know. Here I doodled a Dynamite ink bottle because I finally inked up my Leonardo Momento Magico fountain pen with the Salamander ink, and I really love it. This was a weird tomato theme. I really like these little tomato bullet points that I drew. They have little faces on them. And this evening I played Colonist, which is like an online version of Catan. Was that the best use of my time? I don't know. Okay, this was another weird spread. So as you can see, I ripped up a page in between and I saved the headers, put the 15th and 16th there, 17th over here. Again, a very busy few weeks. I got an order from Prana, just like some Majua dates, nuts, seeds, oatmeal, just like pantry items. And then starting this day, I had a bunch of car problems, issues with the battery. And I'm already like an anxious driver, so yeah, it was giving me a lot of grief there. A bunch of water smudges over here, yikes. Here I did some marker swatches. These were markers gifted to me by my friend Jean in Japan. The next day we were gonna go to Vancouver, but we decided to stay in, so that's why I wrote never mind. But we went on Sunday. I love these little pigeon doodles. And I think I said on Instagram that I want to do a full sheet of just pigeon stickers. The 24th, this was again my mom's birthday. And then this evening they brought a bunch of their fountain pens. So I had a fountain pen party, woohoo, and I just swatched a bunch of them. I went on a pastry run and got some pastries, obviously. And we had too many ripe bananas, so I made banana bread. This was a vegan, maybe gluten-free banana bread. And I severely underestimated the space that I needed, so that is why I kind of extended onto the next day. A little bit messy. I could have avoided this if I just moved everything a little bit to the left and didn't draw these bananas, but it is what it is. Thursday we went to Vancouver again, and we basically went antique shopping and we went to a bunch of secondhand bookstores, so that was really fun. And for dinner we had fish and chips. If you remember from my London trip, I tried mushy peas for the first time and instantly became obsessed, and I haven't had it since, so I was really excited to have mushy peas. I actually have a bag of frozen peas in my freezer from several months ago, but I haven't had the chance to make my own mushy peas yet, so I'll have to do that at some point. All right, this was Black Friday, so a bit crazy. I got 36k steps by 1 p.m. because I was just walking on the walking pad while replying to emails and such. Saturday and Sunday was a little bit busy, so I actually just entirely left the 30th empty and redrew the date header over here. Oh, and on Saturday we went to Vancouver again, and this time we stopped by the Vancouver pen shop and my friend got a Pilot Vanishing Point medium nib, so that is why I was doing a swatch comparison, and you can see just how different it looks. I feel like from fine to the medium, it's a really big jump. I would love it if Pilot did like a medium fine, or I guess fine medium nib, so something in between. Sailor does that. Okay, so yes, again, I left the 30th empty, and these are meant for December's update. So that is it for this video. Probably going to be a really lengthy one, and I will really try to get my 2026 Hobonichi cousin setup video out soon. So thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful last few weeks of 2025. Goodbye and take care.
Okay, let's try this again. Hello and welcome back to my Dandelion Diaries for another planner setup video. I am so excited for today's video because it is all about my health planner. Unfortunately, the beginning part of this that I thought recorded did not, so we are going to be starting off as we are now and continuing forward. But if you are new to planner setup videos on this channel, I take you through the whole process of having a blank notebook, in this case a semi-blank notebook, and how I set it up for the entire year of how I plan on using the book. And my health planner is definitely one of my favorite books every single year, and I'm very, very excited because I am going back into a sterling ink. So I'm not going to go over supplies since I already kind of started. I'm just going to say what I'm using as I go. But this is the Sterling Ink N2 Compact Horizontal. It is essentially the same layout as a Hobonichi Weeks, but it's a bit more space on the page and a little less, I'd say, details. It doesn't have as many like extra things that like the Hobonichi Weeks does. So it's a bit more customizable, a bit more plain. The color I chose is the tweed. This is what it looked like before I put all the stickers on the front. And it is definitely a nice, really cool linen-like texture almost. It is a PU leather, I believe, and the paper in this is Sans Intimate paper. And I have not done a pen test yet, so we're going to see how well it behaves. Anyways, as for the stickers, I have already stuck on the front because I thought I was recording it, but I wasn't. Let me just share what I have on here. I have a cute butt sticker from Quirky Cup Collective. I have several seals and stickers from the Coffee Monsters Co. And then I have a Radiate Positivity sticker from my shop and a 2026 in the beige colorway also from my shop. So, where I left off, I am going to be adding in a few more stickers to the front here, and then I'm going to move on to the back cover. With that being said, there's going to be no music in these videos. There will be references and the timestamps for different sections of the planner that I will be doing, and at the end I will have a full flip through of the whole thing in case you just want to see what it looks like as a finished product. So let's just keep going. I am going to keep using the star stickers that I had from my 2025 books. I still have some of these left, so I want to keep using them. And I think I'm just going to stick with the gold, but I also thought I might do the pink, but I think the gold will look the best. So let me zoom you guys in a little bit more. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do a few gold stickers here and there just to fill in a bit more of the empty space. Surprisingly, these stickers stick very well on this type of fabric cover. I'm very impressed with that and very happy to see that because I feel like that's, I don't know, challenging for fabric covers is to get stickers to stick if you want to have like a sticker collage on the front of your book. Anyways, I'm just going to cut this star so I can have it look like it's going off the edge of the book. Oops. And then I'm going to take the other piece that's also kind of going off the edge. Maybe here. I don't want to put it too close to the spine because I don't want it to crease. But I'm just going to do, I think, one more star and do the same thing where I cut it and then have the star look like it's going off the edges. But I'm going to do this one like fully in half versus a quarter of it. Anyways, since I missed the first part of this sticking down and placing the stickers, I'm sorry. I'm just going to keep going, but that is all I plan on doing for the front cover. I do want to do the back cover with a vellum. I've really been enjoying the kind of look of having like a fun cover in the front and then on the back having something really simple. So the vellum that I chose is from my shop and I think it matches pretty well. It is the Autumn Inky Vellum. I love the browns and the oranges, and I felt like it matched the kind of pinks and yellows that I was going for this year. The theme I wanted to do is kind of more of like sunshine. I just have really been enjoying the bright colors lately, and I wanted to change it up because I always do like green and pink for my health planner, so I figured for this year I might as well do something a bit different. And did I already get crap on the front? I did. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Let me do some surgery really quick. Super easy fix. Anyways, I don't know what I was saying. I'm just gonna glue this on the back of the book here using a tape runner. So very similar to how I did my last planner with you guys, which I think was my A6. But I'm just going to take the tape runner and glue directly onto the book, and that way I can place the vellum a bit easier. And I'm just going to do a little bit on each corner because I do plan on putting this book into a clear cover. So that is probably good enough. And I'm just going to attempt to line this up on the edge over here. And slowly push it down. All right, I think that looks really good. I'm gonna go ahead and put the clear cover on it since I'm pretty much done with the outside cover. And the clear cover I'm using is from Sterling Ink. It is the one meant to fit this size of planner. Actually, before I put the clear cover on, let me do the inside covers. Okay, so I want to do a washi wallpaper situation, similar to how I've done it in previous years, but instead of doing multiple washies, I'm just going to do one washi and fill up the whole thing. So, how do I want to do this? I think I'm going to clip down the side over here just to help weight it a little bit since it's new and the planner hasn't relaxed fully yet. And I'm going to start at the bottom and work my way up. Okay, so this is the washi I want to use. It is from the Washi Tape Shop. It is from one of their sets, a set of 3. I'll try to put the name of it on the screen if I can. But I just want to do like this the whole way up. So it's going to look like wallpaper or floral wallpaper. And I think it'll look really cute when I'm done. I hope. Anyways, I'm just going to cut strips of this out to fit roughly where I want this to go. And I'm going to get my big scissors for this. Yeah, I'm just going to cut off some strips. And I want the front and the back covers to match. So it's essentially going to be the same thing here in the front as it's going to be in the back. And I should have enough tape here because this is almost a brand new roll. And I am an affiliate with the Washi Tape Shop now. I have been for a while. I've also used their tapes for a very long time. But if you want a discount, it's 10% off with code Danielle10. Or you can just literally follow whatever big discount they have going on at the moment. They'll have it at the top of their website. But I truly adore the Washi Tape Shop. I have used their tapes for years. Okay, so I think 4 strips, is enough. Let me take this piece of tape off. 4 strips is enough. So I'm going to start at the bottom and work my way up, I think. And this is like super tricky to do in person. So on camera, if I mess up, please don't judge me because it's very tricky to do this with an audience, even if I can't even see you guys. But I'm just going to line this up on the edge as best I can. And then take my hand and slowly push it all the way down onto the page. And then I'm going to leave the ends here for now, just in case I need to adjust. I'm hoping I won't need to adjust because adjusting is a bit challenging. But I'm just going to leave the ends on the pages, on the ends of the tape for now, and keep going with the rest of the strips. The only downside is the tape is not going to match completely where, like, the design's not going to match up all the way, but I think I'm okay with that, honestly. It adds a bit more uniqueness, I guess is the word I'm going for. But my best advice for you is, if you're doing this to your own planner, is to be very patient and take your time and start with washi paper or washi tape before you move on to PET tape to do this, because at least with the washi you will be able to hopefully adjust the placement without ripping the backing of the page. With PET tape it is a bit more challenging. But yeah, I mean, just take it slow. That's the easiest advice I got you, is to take it slow. Okay, so this last one is going to overhang a lot at the top here. I think I'm going to go ahead and stick it down anyways, and then I'll cut it like I cut the other sides. Alternatively, I could measure this and cut it before I stick the tape down, but I think I'm going to be more happy with placing the tape and then cutting it, because if I accidentally cut it crooked, like not on the page, I think I would be more upset. Okay, all of the wallpaper is down, so now I'm going to take my tiny scissors and I'm going to lift the edge of the page here and do my best to only have the one backing page, and I'm going to go relatively slowly and cut the edges completely off. Alternatively, you could take an X-Acto knife in a hard surface and cut it off that way, but I just find this to be a lot easier for me personally, and I can see what I'm doing a bit better. I don't necessarily always trust myself with an X-Acto knife, but you definitely want to go slow because you can lift the edges of the tape up, which is not what you want. And also, just to be aware, if you cut too deep, you might end up cutting a piece of the page off, which isn't horrendous. It happens, but just know that that is a possibility. I'm going to move on to the cover side now, which is a bit more challenging to do, just because of the angle for me, but you're less likely to cut the cover because it's thicker, so you can go a little bit faster here, at least in my experience. So that is the inside cover done. In the interest of time for this video that's already going to be very long, I'm going to go ahead and do this inside piece as well as the back inside cover and this piece too. So I will be back in a minute and we will keep going. I just want to, you know, focus more time on like the bulk of the planner versus like all of the little details. So you saw how I did this. I'm doing the exact same thing in here and in the back. Okay, so I finished the back and inner covers. This is what they ended up looking like. I really liked how this looks, and it used up a really good chunk of my tape. So if you're anything like me and you just have a bunch of tapes that you want to use up, I highly recommend trying washi wallpaper or doing a washi dashboard. At this point, I am ready to put the clear cover on. So like I mentioned, this is a clear cover from Sterling Ink. It is the same one that fits with this planner. So it's the N2 compact size. And I'm hoping that it's going to fit without a heat gun or without the need of a heat gun. We shall see. But I'm going to just slip the back cover in first and then flip the cover on itself. And I'll show you what that means here in a second. So I'm just going to gently push this in here because the Sterling Ink planner covers are so flexible, which I love. They do have a bit more of a struggle, I would say, to get into a clear cover, but it's not impossible. It just takes a little bit more, how do I say this? Like a little bit more patience, I guess. But yeah, so I flipped the cover back on itself. So I have the back cover flipped towards you guys, and I'm just going to flip the front cover in the same manner so both covers are facing each other and slowly slide this one on as well. You also want to be careful sliding because you did just do all this washi. The washi could curl underneath the cover here and start to stick to the clear cover itself. So like I mentioned, just go slow. And if you need to back up and do it again, you can always do that too. Or if your washi continues to lift, definitely glue down the edges and that helps a ton. And yay, I don't need to heat gun the cover at all. It looks so good. Anyways, but this is the front and I love how happy and cheerful it looks. I think the sunshine vibe I was going for is definitely there. But yeah, let's just keep going on in the planner. There's lots left to do. And yeah, I think we're just going to keep decorating for the moment. And I think on this flyleaf page here where it has the 2026 full year, I want to do some more vinyls. I have so many vinyls I'm trying to use up, either ones from my shop or ones that I have acquired from the Coffee Monsters Co. And I always want to, I guess, have like a nutrition label in my health planners, and so I'm definitely going to be using one of those for my shop. Anyways, I think I want to do something like this. Keep it very like uniform, and then have a matching one in the back. And I think I can explain that here in a minute, but this is what I'm thinking of right now. I really like the dried leaf water, and I like that I can cover up most of the text of the Common Planner. Not that I want to cover up her branding or anything, I just like a more seamless look of just deco. And I think this is what I want to go with. So yeah, okay. This is the Taurus nutrition label vinyl from my shop. I have a snacks planner label also from my shop that I hand wrote Danielle on. And then this is the I Heart Dried Leaf Water from the Coffee Monsters Co. I love this vinyl so much. But yeah, I think I'm going to just start sticking down, because if I sit here and debate, we're going to be here for 10 million years. And that's not feasible for anybody, including myself. So let's just keep going. And in the interest of getting this sticker on straight first before I do the other ones, I'm going to scoot this closer to myself so I can line it up with the edge of the page. And then I will show you guys the rest here in a second. But that is perfect. Okay, so now it is down. I'm going to go ahead and do the top one next, so that way it's more balanced for space in the middle. So if you're ever trying to center something and you're worried that it's not going to center between two things that are different sizes, start at the bottom and then do the top, or do the top and then do the bottom, whichever direction, and then you will find a middle ground that you can find between both of those things. That might make it a bit easier to find the middle space. So here I have both of those items down, and I can evenly space this label between both of those items, because I have truly found the center spot for this sticker. Just, I guess that's how my mind works when I'm trying to arrange stickers on the page. If I'm trying to get one that's like way more centered than another, I just try to keep the rest of the page balanced first and then do the center. All right, and then to keep up with using up my star stickers, I'm just going to add a couple of stars here as well. I'm going to keep up with the gold for now. If I end up using the pink ones, I will see, but I think the gold is really what I want for this planner, because I want it to be very, I don't know, sunshine. Sunshine just keeps screaming at me, so that's what I'm going to go with here, is just sunshine. And I think I'm going to keep it at just those three. And then I am going to take a marker, this one. I'm going to take my Tombow N15, which is just the black one, and I'm going to take the bullet tip side and just do little page freckles. This is what I call them anyways, and I just feel like it helps add a little bit more to the page because of the negative space, so it's not just very plain looking. I don't know how else to describe it other than it just needs a little bit more ness. But yeah, that is all I'm going to do for this. And it looks like the dots did not bleed through on the other side, which is fantastic. So I'm going to keep going, and we're just going to go from front cover to back cover instead of back and forth. I think that'll be easier. Anyways, the next section in here is the year at a glance page. So I want to use this how I've used previous years, and that is with pain tracking. And I can just show you an example here in my Hobonichi weeks of how I've done it. So it's a different layout because it's a different planner, but similar concept where I will have a key for my headaches, digestion, and depressive days, and just kind of check them off in a dot fashion on the calendar itself. So I'm going to go ahead and do the key, I think. Actually, no, let's do the vision board first. So there's this lovely blank space on this other page, and I love creating vision boards in Canva. So all I've done here is just collected a series of images and formatted them in Canva to fit on a 3x7, I think, sheet. And then I cut it with my corner rounder to make the edges more seamless. I want to do a tutorial on how to do these, but I'm really challenged when it comes to screen recording on my computer, so I haven't done it yet, but I'm hoping my lovely husband can help me figure it out. So stay tuned. Maybe I'll have one coming soon. I don't know. No promises, no promises. But let me go ahead and get this ready to stick down. If you've never stuck down a full sheet sticker, which this whole thing is a sticker, by the way, I printed this on weatherproof matte sticker paper from Online Labels. It's one of my favorite sticker papers, honestly. And if you've never stuck a full page sticker down, I like to fold down just a piece of the backing. So this part is sticky and the rest of this is not. That way I can line it up very easily of where I want it on the page before committing to sticking it down. I just find that it's a lot simpler to have only part of the sticker stuck down at once and then slowly move it down the rest of the way. And I'm going to use a, whatchamacallit? I'm going to use a pencil board to help keep this straight going down. I learned this tip from Siobhan over at Just Scribble. She is fantastic. I love her so much, and I'm excited to try her plans planner out for 2026 as well. But she suggested you use this to keep the sticker flat versus your hand. So I'm going to flip the sticker up so I can peel the backing up, and then as I go, I'm going to use the pencil board and push down in this fashion to stick the sticker down more flat. And we're just going to go very slow and do this, yeah, just slowly so we don't get any bubbles. That's what I'm avoiding here, is bubbles. All right. And I think that is pretty fantastically put on, if I do say so myself. The page does curl a little bit. It'll relax over time. It's just because the full sticker is pulling the page a little bit, and also probably because I was flexing the pencil board too much, which is fine. I can live with that. I will just clip it down for now, so that way it is out of our way. Okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and try to do the key for the pain tracker over here. I want to just put like a little cute vinyl or something to like keep up some of the negative space, and then just because the key's not going to take up this whole room, so I think I'm going to do my little coffee mug sticker here. This is the cozy coffee mug from my shop, and because I'm nervous about placing it, I'm just going to take some of the sticky off the back. And that way, if I needed to move it, I can move it. But okay, I think that's good enough for me. And then I'm going to take my Pentel Sign brush pen here. These are my favorite brush lettering markers ever. I've used them. I've gone through so many of these black ones, it's not even funny. But I'm going to use this to write out the word key. And then I'm going to also pick some dot markers, some zig dot markers to be what I use as my like tracking up here. So let me think of some colors really quick. Okay, so I picked these ones out. I think these are going to match the colors of the dashboard and also just the colors of the planner in general. So I'm going to do a yellow dot here, an orange. So this yellow one is called Summer Sun. The orange is called Island Coral. And this turquoise one is called Ocean. And I'm going to write down the description of the key items using my fountain pen, actually, yes. This is a Jinhao 10 in the gold stripe. It's essentially a dupe for the Atoya Pilot Capless exclusive. I'm so happy with it. I do have a real Pilot nib in this, though. It has a Pilot Fine nib in it, and it's inked up with Pilot Black. But I'm going to go ahead and make the yellow the headaches. the orange, my digestive tracking, and then my teal color, the more depressive days. Which ultimately, hopefully I don't need to have any dots at all in 2026, but I know that likely will not be the case because, I mean, nobody's perfect like that. Anyways, I feel like this needs a little bit more of a border to the page, so I'm going to take this thin washi from the washi tape shop again, and it's just like a little stars, and I'm just going to do, I think, a strip here, and then I'm going to do another strip at the top up here, just to kind of frame the page a little bit. I don't know, I just like the way it looks better when the page has a bit more of a frame. And as a plus, it helps me use up my giant stash of washi. Okay, I think I am done with the Year at a Glance pages here. So let's keep going. I think I'm gonna do, actually no, I'm gonna add one more star to this page too, so we keep the star theme going throughout. I really just want to use all these up. That's really the mission here. Okay, looks good to me. We'll add a couple of freckles just because. Okay, moving along. The next section in here is, oh, okay, so the 2 blank page spread. I want to do my body measurements here, and I'm just going to do a kind of basic outline of the body measurements because obviously I have not measured my body yet for 2026, but I do want to show you guys how I have done this before. I have done this, I think, 3 years now, but I essentially have a little spread in my planners that have my body measurements. So I take my measurements at like the end of 1 year and then at the end of the next year and see how my body changes. This is my 2025 spread. So these were my measurements back in 2024, and then at the end of 2025 I will take new measurements and fill them in and see the difference, I guess. So essentially I'm going to do the same thing that I did on these pages, just with different stickers, I guess. And let me see if I can find the stickers that I wanted to use in the giant stack of stuff that I got out for this. Okay, so these are the 2 girl stickers that I picked out. They are both from a roll from London Gifties. I think I'm gonna do the shorter girl first, and then the taller girl on the other side. Obviously I'm not going to grow in height, but it's just the size of the stickers. And I'm going to go ahead and also frame the page similarly to how I did the other ones. Let me cut these out so they're a bit more kiss cut versus the big clear backing of this PET tape. Okay, so those are cut out. Let me get some of this skinny tape cut to size really quick. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and frame the page first before I stick the girls down. Just that way I have a better understanding of where I want to place them, since I'm going to be writing all around them of like the different measurements, and then also, you know, like a title for the page and things like that. Okay, so let me do the titling next, which I need that Pentel Sign brush pen again. And I'm just going to title the left page as body measurements. And I may have spelled that incorrectly, but it's fine. I am going to just live with it for forever. But this first page here is going to be 2025, so I'm going to do 2025 also. Handwritten, and then I'm going to stick this girl down kind of in the middle of the page. And if you're ever struggling to get a sticker off, this is usually what I try first before I get tweezers, is I will take the tip of my finger and I will roll on the edge of the design and see if I can get it to lift, in which case it just did. So it sticks to your finger and you can get the backing off very easily with the other hand. Also, if you have a very clingy PET tape, this is when I highly recommend just taking it and sticking it to your arm, whatever, to get some of the sticky off, and it will also de-static it, I think is the word. But I'm just going to try to put this somewhat in the middle. If it doesn't end up perfect, it is totally okay, but I am happy with that. And then later I will go back in and write all the measurement things around. For now, I'm just going to keep it like this. And then for this other girl, I'm going to put her a bit more towards the top of the page and write 2026. Actually, no, I'm going to write 2026 up here at the top versus at the bottom. And then I will again go back in later to do the rest of the measurements in this page, and I'll show you guys the final version at the end. Excellent. Okay, so essentially the bones of the body measurement page is done. I will likely go back in with my fountain pen to do all of the outer circles, just to give you an idea of what measurements I will be measuring. I measure my head, my neck, my arm, around like my bicep, my forearm, my wrist, my hips, my above the knee leg, my ankle, my calf, my upper thigh, which is kind of like the uppermost part of my thigh, my waist, my chest, and my bust. And then I also write down what I start with as a weight-wise for the beginning of the year and what my ending weight would be at the end of the following year. So there you go. That's what I have listed out, and that's what will end up on these pages here in a little bit, but I'm going to do these later off camera. The next section is the goals section. So I actually do want to use these as goals. However, I'm not quite sure what I want to write down completely yet, but I do know which goals I want to write down. So I'll do the goal part with you guys, but as for filling out the rest of the page, much like the body measurements, I'm going to do that off camera, probably because it's going to take me a while, and also because I don't even know what I want to say yet. It is only November, so I don't really have all of my thoughts laid out for my health goals for next year yet. But let's go ahead and do the actual breakdown of the goals. I do want to go ahead and use one of my goals script stickers from my shop to title the page because it's smaller up here. But before I stick this down, I want to go ahead and border the page again with that kind of same thin tape that I've been using up. This one should be pretty low after this because I think I've used this one before. But ultimately my goal is always to use my stash of stuff. Like I try not to buy too many new things for my planner setups because I already have so many things and I want to use what I have because obviously I bought it for a reason. There's some exceptions, I guess, to like my personal designed items because I want to use those because I'm excited because they're new and I created them, and I just want to use those. But like for the rest of my stuff, it's usually older or it's been sent to me, so I just use it up as I can. Okay, so now that I have the top border down, I'm going to go ahead and take my goals sticker script and just lightly place it on top of the pink that I already put down, just so it's kind of discreet, I guess. It's not like super in your face, but I do want like the page to have a label. And then I'm going to go ahead and border the rest of the page here. And this is honestly extra, like bordering a page is so not necessary, but I just really like the way it looks, so I'm doing it for my planner. Don't do it if you don't want to do it, okay, boo-boo? There's a lady on Instagram that does that, and she cracks me up every time. She's like, if you don't like it, then you don't have to do it, and that's on you, boo-boo. And I'm like, I agree with you, my woman. You are so right. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. There's nothing saying you have to do it. Okay, so let's talk about the different goals I have. I want to keep track of my goals for my running journey, my weightlifting journey, my healthy eating, my mental health, family planning because I want to become a mom next year, hopefully, and then also medicine or like just anything related to medical, I guess. So I do want to stick down some stickers, and I think these are the ones I picked out, but we shall see. And I want to do like each goal here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, perfect. So I'll do the stickers and the headings here, and then I'll fill out the goals another time, like I mentioned. So I'm going to go ahead and stick down, I think, this little doctor sticker from the Coffee Monsters Co. on the bottom, and that's the one I will use for medicine. And then for family planning, I think I want to use one of these in love emojis, just because me being a mom is something it's something I've dreamed of for like so long. And I think I want to use this one, the one that's like holding the little heart, because it's just so cute. She's so cute. And I think I'll stick her right there. And then for the next goal was mental health. So daily affirmation emojis is probably the best one to go with here. I think I'm going to do the I am worth it one. I think that's the most mental healthy one on here. I mean, I am important's also good. I'm growing's good. I already pulled off I am worth it. We're sticking with my choice. Okay, and then the next one I have on here is healthy eating. So I'll use this one here again from the Coffee Monsters Co. I'm almost done with this sheet. I think I'm going to do the one actually cooking with a skillet and stick him down or her down. And then I have weightlifting, and I want to use my own sticker sheet for this. This is from my workout doodles, and I think I just want to do the dumbbells. And then for the other one is running, and I think I want to use, again, my own sheet. These are running shoe doodles, and I'm going to use the pair of running shoes versus the one that actually look like they're running. I'll stick those up here. Okay, and then I'm going to take the same Pentel sign brush pen and write out underneath the goal itself. So this first one is running, and I'm going to just do these kind of small, but I do want to do them in like a more scripty font to match the goals up here. Okay, and then this one is weightlifting. Okay, and then I have healthy eating. And then this next one is mental health. And then family planning. I'm just going to put family for this spot because I don't think I can fit planning underneath it. So we'll just do family. And then at the bottom here, I'm just going to do medicine. Okay, And then, like I mentioned, I will fill out the rest of this off camera, but I will show you guys like what I end up putting in here for sure. It's just not going to be right this moment. So let's just keep on going. I'm going to just stick this pencil board in between each time just in case it's not drying. I should mention that nothing is bleeding through and the paper is behaving beautifully so far. So that gives me very high hopes for the Sears Planner paper, at least, because the 2025 paper was a rough time. But yeah, okay, so the next section in here is new, I think, to the Sterling Ink planners, at least as of, I want to say she'd put it in like 2025 or something, but it's like a yearly tracker page. It's very similar to the Hobonichi Weeks tracker page like this, where it has the full year on 2 pages, except the Sterling Ink one is gridded, which is what I really want. I love the grid. And I want to use this section for family planning, so once I set this up, I likely will not be sharing it here on the internet because that's, you know, very personal and I don't think that's something that everybody needs to know about. But I am going to go ahead and similarly to the other page here, I'm going to border it with the skinny washi, and then I'm also going to create a key for this. I'm going to do that completely off camera, so I'm only going to be doing the border with you guys. But essentially what I'm going to be tracking are like intimacy with my husband, any kind of pregnancy tests, ovulation tests, similar things that you would want to, I guess, keep track of if you're trying to start a family. So that's what these pages are going to be for. I'm not going to show you guys how I'm going to color coordinate or anything like that. I'm just going to border the page with you and essentially do what I just did and explain how I'm going to use the page. So it's for family planning. I should also mention that I originally was going to do a whole other book for my family planning. I was going to get like a little insert to pair with this book so it would all fit in the planner cover together. But since Sterling Ink has this tracker already in it, and she has another section that I can track like my workouts, I'm just going to use these 2 pages to keep track of what I need to keep track of. And then if I need to have a separate book later, I'll do that. But for now, I think this will work really well just because I don't feel like I'm going to need to keep track of a whole lot in the beginning. Towards the end, it might change, but for now, I feel like this is going to be structured enough for what I want to keep track of to just begin the process of trying to have kids. And I realize me talking about this is a very personal aspect of my life. Please note that I'm not trying to overshare or anything. I just am keeping you guys informed of how I'm using my book, and if it helps anybody else maybe in the same situation as me. It's an option of what to use for this space in your planner if you didn't have another idea for it, or you didn't want to use it for anything else maybe. Like, it's just another thing you can use these 2 pages for. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and move on into the next section. I'm going to leave my sticky note in here for me because I will set that up later without you guys because I do, like I said, it's very personal. Okay, next section in here is the quarterly pages. This is like the other page I was saying, like I would usually track my workouts on a spread like this, but instead I'm going to track it on these pages because there's a second set of pages. So I am going to go ahead and just explain this to you guys of how I'm going to use it because I don't really have a need to set this up right away because I'm not going to be using these pages until the year starts. But essentially, I'm going to be keeping track of my exercises here on the right page in these sections. So I will do similar to how I did in my Hobonichi Weeks here with the 3-dot system. So I have like gym or weightlifting, running, walking, or other, and I essentially put a dot down every time I do one of those things. So here I will put a dot down whenever I do one of those things. Since this is a larger section, I do plan on essentially cutting these sections in half, which I guess I could do that with you guys. So I'm going to take my Staedtler Triplus fine liner here and a ruler that has disappeared. I guess I'll just use the edge of this pencil board. That'll work. And I'm going to cut this section in half. So I'm only going to be tracking 3 things, like I mentioned, the exercises, running or other or walking. And so I'm going to just take 3 of these squares and draw a delineating line to cut off the rest of this section of the tracker. And my plan is to write down here on the other side which body group I worked on. So like push, pull, legs, full for full body, arms, abs, something like that. I don't have the full system worked out yet, but that is what I am intending to do here. And I'm hoping that it will help me stay more on track and be more accountable of my exercises. But I'm just going to go ahead and cut these 3 columns in half. And essentially that is all I'm going to do for these pages right now, because like I said, I'm going to wait to use them until I get closer to the year, or the year actually starts. So yeah, this page will be for tracking those types of exercises, and this other page where there's a bit more of like a paragraph sized space, I'm going to do like a health review, essentially like how I'm feeling health wise, like did I meet my exercise goals, how's my healthy eating going, just like a little check-in, little small short, a few sentences of like a journal entry. But I'm going to leave it at that for now, and we're going to move on into the next section, which is the monthlies. And because the Sterling Ink planner has multiple monthlies that I won't use for 2026, so it has a December of 2025 monthly in here, and also a January of 2027 monthly in here, I'm going to repurpose these pages and make them collection pages. So this is what I did for my 2025 book, and I'm just going to continue it because I really enjoyed it so much. But essentially, I'm going to create a collection. So this is a tea and coffee collection page. I'm actually moving this into my morning pages journal, which I already talked about, but I do have other pages in here that I use for collections that I'm going to continue for 2026. And one of those is restaurants. So my husband and I have gone to several restaurants in 2025 already, and I want to continue keeping track of like the different places we try out. And so I'm going to create a little collection of this using the monthly page here in the Sterling Ink book, but it's essentially going to look very similar to this at some point in the year. I'm going to grab some washi tapes, and we're going to do the side over here. Okay, so I'm going to use this washi tape here from Archmichael. It's just a very glittery, kind of goopy looking washi tape. I don't know, I felt it was very foodie looking, like melting chocolate or something. And then this one, again, for the bordering and also covering up the days of the week up here, I'm just going to use the thin washi to kind of do that to make it a bit more less monthly looking. Yeah, that's the best way I can describe that. But essentially, it's going to be bordered the same way as I've done before. It's just going to be covering up the words this time. I could also use a white tape or like a white out tape if I wanted to just get rid of like all the numbers too, but I don't really care that much. I can ignore them pretty easily, so I just care more about covering up like the Monday through Sunday just to make the page look a bit more seamless. And then I'm going to use that other washi tape like I mentioned to cover up the 12 up in the corner. But let's go ahead and start with the bordering of this first. And the text on this one is a bit darker than my Hobonichi, so you can see it through the tape a little bit easier. I don't necessarily mind, but if that's something that you're concerned with and you want to do something similar to what I'm doing, just take that white out like I mentioned, or the white tape underneath it, and it'll help block out more of the text. And that is definitely not even. Did I cut this too long? I guess I did. Oh well, that's fine. Anyways, that is the top part. I'm going to take this tape here and just cover up the 12 a little bit. Just rough cut there. And then I'm going to go ahead and frame the bottom of the page with the same tape and do something similar in the corner over here with that washi so it looks more balanced. And then we will write a heading for this page as well. And do some vinyls because I have this vinyl that says I love bread on it, and when I go to a restaurant, that's something I really care about, is the bread. So I felt it was very appropriate for my restaurant collections page to put a vinyl that says I love bread on it. Okay, and in the interest of keeping the drips kind of, I don't know, facing each other, I'm going to flip this washi upside down. So I have the drips facing downward here, and on the bottom I'm going to have them facing upward, just so it frames the page, I think, a little bit more. It's not super, you know, important, but I just like the way it looks better. And I am going to do, I think, a whole strip on the bottom here of this, and maybe even onto this other page, and just like a little snippet just to keep the colors kind of flowing through the whole process. Anyways, this is the I Love Bread vinyl I have. It's from the Coffee Monsters Co. and it really reflects how I feel about bread. So we're gonna stick this, I think, in the corner. And then I have a 222 vinyl from my shop that I also want to put on here because this means balance. And I'm thinking I can stick it underneath the Coffee Monsters Co. one. Because if I do it, well, I could do this slightly cattywonker and then do that. I think I like that better. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. So let me stick this down first. And we're gonna do this slightly tilted. And then we'll do the 222 on top of it. Just so that way I'm not covering up any letters or numbers. And I am perfectly okay with that. And then I'm also going to add in some stars to help balance the page even more. Yeah, we'll just do 2. I think 2 stars is good. And then it keeps the theme kind of flowing throughout the planner too. Okay, so now we need to put a title on this baby. And I think I'm gonna do kind of what I did last year, honestly, and that is yummy restaurants. So I think I'm gonna do the same thing. And I'm gonna take the Pentel Sign brush pen, which is, you know, my favorite over here. And I think I'm gonna do restaurants first and then do yummy on top of it. Let's give it a go. Okay, I think I'm gonna skip doing the yummy part, and I'm just gonna do restaurants and then do of over here really small and do 2026 underneath it. And then I will do a small the over here on this side to just kind of balance it out a little bit more. And I think I like that better than yummy. I think that works really well because then we have the restaurants of 2026. So then every time I go to a restaurant, either by myself, with friends, with my husband, whatever, I will put down what restaurant it is, my rating out of 5 stars, and maybe what I ordered, or how it went, or something like that. Just like a little tiny blurb about the restaurants, because it's been really fun to look back and see the ones we've gone to so far in 2025. So I really like that. I think it looks nice. Okay, the next section in here is the rest of the monthlies, so I'm going to go ahead and do those with you guys. I'm not going to be setting them up completely, but I am going to be doing at least 1 month with you guys because I do want to use one of the new items I have from my shop. But for the purpose of how the planner will look, or like how I plan on using this section, I plan on using it as a mood tracker. So I have done this for I think 2 years now, and I'm going into my third. I want to use it as a mood tracker using the emoji head stickers from the Coffee Monsters Co. I love these stickers. I feel like they just really emanate how my mood is on the day of. And as for like how I pick a mood sticker, I just literally pick whichever one I feel in that moment represents the day. So if it was like an overall neutral day, I'll pick a more neutral sticker. Overall good day, pick a good sticker. Overall bad day, pick a bad sticker. Things like that. But this is ultimately what I want to do for this year. But I want to go ahead and like pre-decorate the pages using these, which are the date covers from my shop. This is one of the new 2026 release items I'm very excited about. These actually are Misfits, the ones I have here, because they have some random dots from my printer that was messed up. So I'm just using the Misfit ones. The ones that you would get in the shop, like if you were to purchase them from me, will not have any of these really random dots all over them. Anyways, I am going to go ahead and just do January with you guys. And I'm also going to use these headers. So these are the sparkly month headers, and I'm going to put these over here on the side of the page as well. So we're going to just do January together, and then I'm going to do the rest of the months off camera by myself. Okay, so I'm going to start off by taking the like weekday headers up here and just plopping them down on top of the pre-existing ones on the planner. These are the abbreviated sparkly weekdays. You can actually get these on a full sheet if you just want the weekday stickers. But I just felt like these would look so cute to like make the font a little bit more bold at the top. And this is the clear matte sticker paper, but it's doing a pretty decent job of hiding the text underneath. We'll see how it goes here in a second when I do the numbers, because these numbers are a bit darker than previous years. But I think we'll be okay. So I'm going to just start with 1 and move my way down. Yeah, so you can see it through the sheet. I don't really care enough to make a big deal about it. Or go get a set of the white ones, because these are Misfits and this is my planner, and ultimately I can read through what's on top, I guess. But yeah. Oh, I should also mention that every single sheet of these has 31 days, so no matter the month, it will have 31 days. So you can mix and match colors if you want to just do colors for certain months or whatever. Like it's totally customizable up to you. But they're designed to just sit in the corner of the monthly to just be a bit more minimal looking. And I really like how they turned out. Okay, so now that all of those are down, goodness gracious, I'm going to go ahead and put the monthly sticker over here on the side. And I think that is all of the decoration I really want to do for now for the monthly. Like I mentioned, I will do the rest of them off camera, and essentially once I start using the planner, this is what it would look like with all of the emoji head stickers in here as well. I may end up adding in some washi, maybe. I may keep it more simple. I haven't really decided yet, but I did want to use both of those items for sure for my monthlies. So I'm going to do the rest of the months off camera, and then I'm going to come back. I'm also going to take a bit of a break because I have been doing this for a good chunk of time already today, and I want to take a bit of a break. So I'm going to come back. The lighting may be a bit different, and I will go on to the next section after I finish all the monthlies. Okay, I am back. It is much later in the day. I did take a pretty long break and did a few other things, and I'm ready to go back to setting this baby up. I finished the monthlies all the way through, and I wanted to give an example of how I'm going to use it on these pages here. So like I mentioned, it'll have the monthly being a more mood tracker using the emoji heads from the Coffee Monsters Co. And then I also want to track my weight by week. So that's just something I like to keep track of. It's a number that, I don't know, fascinates me, I guess. And then at the bottom here, I set up a habit tracker to track if walking 15 minutes a day, doing my skincare routine, and also taking my supplements. And so I'll just mark an X for all of those days. I started doing this at the bottom of my 2025 planner here. Hold on, let me get to September. I didn't do super well with it, but I want to try again. I think August was my best month, and I want to keep the habits that I track there to be, I guess, more overall vague habits, not super specific. So we're going to give it a shot. Anyways, I also picked out a washi tape that matched all of my little stickers. All of the washi tapes are from the Coffee Monsters Co. I have quite a stash of her tapes, so I just kind of put down ones I thought matched really well and looked really cute and kind of went along with, I guess, the season of the year. I didn't really put too much thought into it. I was just working on stuff until I had to go run some errands. So here is all of the monthlies. So now I'm ready to move on into the final monthly, which is another one of the collection pages that I want to do. So much like the one we did earlier with the restaurants, we're going to do another collection page, but this one's going to be all about like talks, tunes, podcasts, things like that. And this is the one that I currently have for my 2025 journal. So I want to essentially emanate the same qualities, write down music I'm really enjoying, or like Renaissance periodization, so like podcasts I'm listening to, but I also want to add in YouTube channels to this, which mainly it's just I want to mark down the content I'm consuming on a very small scale. So yeah, let's just go ahead and start setting up the collection part of this. I'm gonna do the exact same thing as I did on the last one and use this skinny washi tape to cover up the the weekdays, and also kind of frame the page. And I'm gonna use the same kind of drippy black washi from Archmichael as well, just so that way it's kind of uniform. But essentially, I'm just going to frame this out really quick. Also, if you hear my dogs going nuts, they are outside barking at our neighbors getting their roof done. So I can't really do anything about that. And I apologize if they are annoying, or you can even hear them. I don't know. They're just, you know, protecting the house in a way. Okay, so now that that is down, I'm going to go ahead and take that drippy washi again and just do a little section up here at the top, and then flip it over again so like the drips are like going into the center of the page, and do pretty much the exact same layout as I did on the last one. So I'm going to just do a little bit on the opposite side as well as like the full strip on the right. Okay, and then the stickers I want to put in the corner down here kind of match a little bit to the same theme-ish, I guess, as the last collection page. And I have a home sticker from the Coffee Monsters Co. and then another one of the numerology stickers from my shop. So I kind of want to just do the same layout where they're in the corner over here, just kind of layered a little bit, and I'll add one of those gold stars just so everything looks very uniform. And then we will do the heading on the other side like I did the restaurants, and this time it'll say something different. Obviously I'm not going to write restaurants for a second time. I don't really know if I want to do like talks and tunes, which is what I did for 2025, or if I want to do something like loving content, or content loving, like content I'm loving, I guess, because it's ultimately content I'm consuming, right? Like music is a form of content, same with like the YouTube podcasts and all that kind of stuff. So I'm wondering if I should just call it content versus like talks and tunes. Also, if you're curious what any of the numerology means, I do have it labeled underneath my description based on what I know of numerology. Obviously, there's probably lots of interpretations, so just take what I put on there, I guess, with a grain of salt, or do your own research. But I'm just going to add a couple of these stars, just like before. Add a little bit of the page freckles to make it a little bit more it's a little less negative space. And then we're going to do the title. So I'm going to take the same Pentel Sign brush pen over here, and I think I'm just going to do the same thing where it's like, I don't know, because I like the talks and tunes that I did for my 2025 book. See, like talks and tunes. But I feel like I want to change it up a little bit. I'm just going to do content I'm loving. Just let's YOLO. Let's do it. I think I can handle that. And just for my own sanity, I'm going to flip back to this one and see that they are both relatively uniform, which they are missing some page freckles on this one. So I'm just going to add a couple dots here and there, just so that way we are respectively similar. Okay. That is it for the monthly section. The next section in here is the weekly, and I'm not going to be doing any weekly spreads with you guys, but I will show, I guess, examples of how I have used the weeklies previously. So here is typically how I use it. I know this looks really busy, but I'll try to explain it. I have like a section here for where I track my meals. I have a section over here tracking my workouts, my minutes of meditation, or my minutes or miles running. And then I have a section here for fasting, which I have since changed. And I also have a section here for meal planning, which I also have since changed. I have a section for how am I feeling, and then I have a section for habits. To put it in perspective, this is kind of how my layout has changed throughout the year. So currently now I do still have the meals, and I have like workouts and running. I dropped meditation for now. I do plan on bringing that back. And then for my other page over here, I have rearranged this to get rid of the fasting and the meal tracking or meal prepping, and instead moved my routine checkoff or habits to the top, left my little mental health section here, and then instead added in my supplement routine at the bottom. So probably going to keep up with this more so than the fasting, just because I do want to be more diligent about my supplements, especially like my multivitamins, hair, skin, and nails, creatine are the 3 that I'm taking right now. So I want to be more active with these for now. And I may change this as the year goes. I mean, it's a fluid system, but that's essentially how I use the weeklies and how the weeklies will end up looking at some point. But I do want to go ahead and add tabs to the planner. So I am going to use tabs from my shop. I really think the honey tabs, the warm honey colors, matched my theme in the front very well with kind of like the peachy yellows and like the more cafe colors. So I definitely want to use these. And then I also have just my blank yellow tabs, which I'm going to use to kind of label out the miscellaneous sections in here as well. But I'm going to start with just doing the monthly tabs first, and then I'm going to go from there. And I'm going to do this backwards because I find that it's a little bit easier to work with. And this was a tip given to me by Siobhan, and I'm so grateful. And I'm just going to start with December because the notes pages are going to be broken down very differently. And I want to do some different tabs for that. But yeah, so we're going to start with December, and I want to lay out the tabs to where, like, every time I flip the tab over, it starts on the page with the first of the month. And I'm going to start at the bottom with December, like I mentioned. And I will explain this again for anybody who is new to using tabs, especially if you get them from my shop. This is what they look like. They have a little slit down the middle, make them very easy to fold. You can line up the edge of the page with the delineating line, delineating line, just to make it easier to place them. And then after that, you can fold them over. I personally like to keep all of my tabs nice and open, so like I leave them open completely until I am ready, like all of the tabs are on, and then I'll fold them over, just so that way I can make sure they're spaced the way I want. And it makes it a little bit easier to maneuver them if they're already open like this. This does also take a little bit of time, so I'm gonna try to speed through this process and yeah, go from there. Yeah, just prepare for lots of paper rustling sounds. Okay, so now that all of those are on, I'm just going to close the book really quick and see if they're lined up the way I want, which they look perfectly well to me. And now I'm going to go ahead and flip them over for the weeklies and make sure that when I flip the tab, it's landing to the page with the first of the month of that correct month. And that I'm not accidentally folding 2 pages into one tab, because I definitely have done that plenty of times. Oops, see? And I just folded like 4 pages like in one right here. My tabs are not designed to be removable, but if you go slow, you will likely succeed. Okay, so there's that. Let's make sure. Okay, that was the only one I did too. And then here we have November. And finally, December. Okay, so the tabs for the weekly section is done. I think they look nice. I like that my clear cover kind of sticks out a little bit too to protect them. They are weatherproof, so I'm not worried about that, but it's kind of nice, I think. I'm going to go ahead and do the rest of the planner in terms of like the stuff in the back before I do the rest of the tabs, just because I think I want to handwrite all of the other sections and then leave the weekly ones in this font, so that way they stand out a bit more from the other types of things I have in the planner. But anyways, let's move on into these notes pages, which is probably the most intense section of my health planner. I like to keep track of all the things in this thing, in this planner. It's a lot. And this year I decided I want to go ahead and section my sections off with vellums. So I am going to use an assortment of the Dice Gem vellums from my shop. These are all cut in the week's size. I do think I want to round the corners, maybe. I haven't decided yet, so I've left them all plain. but I am going to be using these to kind of use as dividers in the back because I do have a lot of different things I want to keep track of in the back of this book. So the first section is going to be habit trackers. So I'm going to go ahead and do the header page first, and then I'm going to attach the vellum using some washi tape. That way it's a little bit more, I don't know, easy for me to work around, because I feel like if I add the vellum and then write in the book, it's a little bit more challenging. So I'm going to do the title page first, and I do want to use a vinyl for each one of the title pages just because I feel like I need to. I don't know, I feel like I need to use up stuff that I have. So a lot of these will be from my shop, but I do have a couple, I think, from the Coffee Monsters Co. that I'm also using up. But this one is the Don't Forget to Water Yourself watering can. And I felt it was appropriate for the habit section because tracking my water intake is definitely one of the habits that I really like to keep track of. So I'm going to just put this in the center-ish of the page, just like that. I'm going to add a star from my sheet here just to keep up with the ongoing theme. And I am going to add a few page freckles. And then I'm going to use this big marker here, the Tombow, to write out the title page. I could use a smaller one, but I think I want to use the big one for the title pages back here. So I'm just going to do habit trackers. I'm trying to decide if I want to do like print again or if I want to do cursive, because this is print and then cursive. I think I'm going to do cursive. So I think that's good for title page wise. I think I'm going to add one more star, actually, just kidding. Okay, and now I'm done. And now we're going to attach the vellum. So I want to do the clear one for this, and the way I'm going to attach the vellum is using washi tape. So I just picked a thin washi tape here. You could use a regular washi tape. It really does not matter. You can even use a glue pen and glue it in. I just like the look of the washi. I think it's fun. So I am going to place washi on the edge of this vellum on my desk, and I'm just going to leave a little bit of overhang just so I can trim it as well. And I just am going to line the edge of the vellum, so essentially half of the tape is sticking out, so it's covering half the tape here, and then half of the tape is also sticking out. And then I'm going to go ahead and trim off the excess, just so that way it's a really nice sharp line. And then we are going to stick it in the planner. And the way I am going to do this is essentially, I don't know how I'm going to show this on camera, but I'm going to place this down, like line it up with the crease of the planner itself. And then I'm going to take my pencil board, if I can pull it out. I'll just grab a new one. Pencil board, you could also use a ruler. And I'm going to line it up with the crease and just push in with the pencil board. And this is just the easiest way I have found to get the crease very deep. Yeah, usually like a card, like even like a washi card or a credit card even can do the same thing, but that way the tape goes into the crease of the page and you can easily flip this back and forth and it doesn't just like stand straight up, because a lot of times when you're sticking it in, I find that it stands straight up if you don't get the washi deep enough into the crease of the page. But I am very, very happy with how that looks. So I'm going to go ahead and move on, and we're going to set up our very first habit tracker. And this is pretty much the only tracker I'm going to set up with you guys on camera, because these are, I don't know, it's easier for me to pull it close to my face, and when I have a camera it's harder to do that. So I'm going to just show you guys what's going to happen here. So essentially my trackers have stayed the same for quite a few years now. This is what they look like. I have a grid or a graph on one side, a little section for notes, a little section for like my menstruation, and then a whole slew of habits and food groups that I keep track of over here. And the way I like to use these is essentially I correlate like my food groups, caffeine, exercise, all of that to how it goes up here with my sleep, mood, and stress graph. And it's kind of like my own way to analyze maybe what I'm doing down here is affecting what's doing up here. I don't have a super scientific system for this or super like, I don't know, nitty gritty system. I don't know how to say it. Like, it's not, you know, 100% accurate. It's very subjective. Yeah, like I kind of make it up as I go. Anyways, this is essentially what we are going to be doing on these pages. So I did find my 2024 book, which is actually the last Sterling ink that I had for this size planner. I love this thing. And I'm going to show you guys how I did the habits in this one, because essentially it is going to be the exact same. So this is what it will look like as the year goes on. And I brought this out as well so I could see how I spaced things last time. Last time I used this planner to make it a bit easier for myself in setup purposes, but I really like just using the black pen. It makes it very simple, very easy to use, and ultimately just makes it easy. Makes it truly easy. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and flip the book to the side here, and I am going to count the number of squares from my 2024 book and essentially mirror this over here with just the graphing part. So I'm going to take my Staedtler Triplus fine liner in light gray. I'm going to take my ruler and I'm going to draw some lines. So essentially, it looks like I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 squares from the edge of the page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'm just going to do a little dot there. And then I'm counting 1, 2, how did I do this? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 down. Let me just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep, okay. So that is essentially the graph line. So I'm going to just connect those two dots. And then on this other side, I am going to draw a line all the way to the edge. Well, almost the edge. I'm going to leave like three-ish, 4-ish squares alone over here. And that is the bottom of the graph. I don't even know if you can see what I'm doing because this light is so light. Let me zoom you guys in. Okay, you might be able to see a little bit better, but this is essentially what I just drew, was just this line, these lines right here. So alternatively, I'm going to go ahead and add in a different line like this, and I'm actually going to extend my habits up onto this other page because my menstruation and that kind of stuff is going to be tracked with my family planning section of this planner. So I'm not going to be tracking that on this page here. So I'm going to go ahead and just leave probably like, I don't know, 4 sections, four squares worth, and then just draw another one of those lines. And then I'm going to finish drawing the rest of this line. So it's going to go from here all the way to the edge of the page over here. So I'm going to zoom you guys out again, just so you can see a bit more of what I'm doing. So I'm going to draw from here all the way down to here. Okay, so this gives me ample room to track all of the things, which I love. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and write out the like numbers and stuff of how this is going to be written about. So I'm just going to take my fountain pen. Actually, no, I'm going to take my Jetstream that came with the Hobonichi. I feel like this is a little bit thinner. It'll look nicer. And I'm going to write 1 through 31 over here on the top line. And then I'm also going to write a scale of 10 on the other axis over here. So I'm going to start at the bottom and do 1 and then go all the way up to 10. And essentially that's the scale that I would rate my sleep, mood, and stress on. So sleep in number of hours, stress in a scale of 1 to 10 of the day, and then mood also on a scale of 1 to 10. And that just kind of helps me create the little graph that I want here. Okay, so for the bottom part here, I'm going to go ahead and write out 1 through 31 again on the top of this line. And that will be the dates that I reference when I'm going to be doing the habit tracking down here, or the group tracking, I guess. I'm going to go ahead and write out some of the habits that I want to keep track of on this side, as well as my little scale over here. So I'm going to take my fountain pen for this, which is the same Jinhao 10 with the Pilot Black inside of it. And for sleep, I'm actually going to be using a mild liner to help, see my sleep over here. So I'm not going to do a color for this just yet, but I am going to leave a space underneath my sleep to mark that in. And then for stress, well, actually I'll do mood next. For mood, I'm going to leave that one as a dotted line. And then for stress, I'm going to do this one as a solid line. And that way, when the graph is complete, I will have essentially bars of what my sleep is, and then the mood and stress to kind of correlate what it would look like. Then for my habits down here at the bottom, I have quite a few of these I'm going to go through, so I'm just going to write them down and then maybe voice over what I wrote down just to make it a bit quicker for myself. Okay, so essentially what I have written on here are habits that I have tracked before, but I also added in a few different food groups to this as well. I've broken down my entire habit tracking in a separate video if y'all are interested about that, where I only talk about habit tracking. But for the sake of this video, this is what I wrote down. So I wrote down reading, Spanish, Japanese, meditation, stretching, lifting weights, walking, running, water intake, fruit intake, vegetable intake, dairy, gluten, sugar, soda, coffee, tea, eating out, fast food, conversation, leaving the house, 20 minutes outside, teeth, hair, moisturizers, exfoliating, and then bowel movements, which is something that I've talked about I want to start tracking. So I am keeping all of this as my habits to start the year off with. I am only going to fill out the first month here, and then as the months go on is when I add in different habits. So I don't start the year with the same habits as I end the year with. So it kind of transforms as the year goes on, but this is what I'm starting with for January. Okay, and with that, the last thing I'm going to do here is go ahead and just write out the month at the top here, so I know that it is January. And I think I'm just going to pick a color that matches the January monthly. Let's see. So the January monthly is kind of like a light blue color. I think I'm going to do that one. Matches pretty good, I think. So I'm going to just use this one and write January up here at the top. This is another Pentel Sign brush pen, sorry. And the color of this one, I don't know what it is because I took the sticker off, but I think it's from one of their like 5 packs, like one of the smaller packs. Okay, and that is a nice icy blue. I really like that. And then I'm just going to write in up here at the top above that, habit tracker. And the year, which is 2026. Okay, and essentially that is all I'm going to do for the habit tracker section with you guys. As the year goes on, I'll show updates of like how this looks and what happens to it. And then as for the rest of this section, I'm going to do that off camera. Otherwise, you guys would be here with me for a very long time, which I've talked about before. So let's keep going and move into the next section of this little planner. And I did pre-count all of these pages before I did this video, just so that way I would have the right number to go off of. But the next section in this book I want to do is my running log. That is something I have severely lacked on in terms of what I did in 2025. But I am giving myself grace because I did plan a whole wedding in less than a year and got married and all of that kind of stuff. So I was very preoccupied with doing all of that. And now that it is done, I am a married woman, I think I'm going to be able to focus a bit more on my running and what I have goals for with that, which is to run a 10K again. I did a 10K in 2024 and I really want to do another one. So I'm hoping that I can get that done in 2026. And I'm just going to take the big Tombow marker again and just title this one out as running log. I definitely need a new black Tombow. This thing is so frayed, oh my gosh. But I don't have a new one, so we're gonna just work with what I have here. We're gonna make it work. Anyways, I'm just gonna leave it nice and chunky like that and just do script like I did with the last one. And I'm gonna add one more star down here at the bottom with some more of those page freckles. Okay, and then we're going to do another vellum, and I think I want to do the green one for this one because running is very green. I'm usually outside when I'm running. I don't prefer to run on a treadmill. It's very boring to me, so I just prefer to run outside. And I think the green one is more suitable for that. So same process as before. I'm going to line the edge of my washi here on the edge of the vellum, so half of the washi is on the vellum and half of the washi is off of the vellum. And I'm just gonna do a little bit of excess so that way it's easier for me to trim and make it straight to match the edges of the planner. And I'm trying to like train the book as I go because like with all new books, getting them to lie flat right off the bat is sometimes a challenge. There are some books that do it, but this one is thinner and does not like to lay flat right off the bat. But we're essentially doing the same process as before. I'm cutting the edges to make them straight. And by edges, I just mean the edges of the washi to make them straight. And then I'm going to line it up with the crease without pushing down. Make sure it's right everywhere else, and then I'm going to take the pencil board and essentially push into the crease with the pencil board. And this one ended up sticking a little bit too far away, so I'm going to peel it up slowly and give it another chance. And I think it's because this one is right at the section of the, what's it called? The booklets that how they bind the planner. It's like right at the booklet edge where everything is sewn in. Okay, here we go. Second time is the charm, right? That's a little bit better. I think I can live with that. And sometimes you just got to take your very long fingernail and push it all the way in. If you don't have a long fingernail, you can also use the back of tweezers or scissors. Just be careful not to push too hard if the thing you're using is really sharp, because you can actually puncture the washi and then it is just pointless and the thing will fall out. But yeah, that is vellum number 2 done for the running log section. Essentially, I am going to set up January with you guys, like I mentioned, and then I will set up the rest of the months on my own. But each month is going to get their own page. So we'll just use the same blue marker, and I will show you guys how I have done this before. There we go. So I have the month at the top, and then essentially how I've done it, the breakdown is the date I went on the run, the time I took running, the number of miles or distance I ran, my pace, and then any notes about the run. And this is how it would look all filled out. This was when I was training for my 10K in 2024, so there's actually a decent amount of runs on these pages because 2025's is completely blank, if I'm being honest. So that's essentially what I'm about to do with you guys. So we're going to title this out as January over here. And I'm going to go ahead and write with my fountain pen the 2026 running log up here at the top. And we are going to use the gray, I have a darker gray. We're going to use a darker gray Tri Plus fine liner to do the headings here. So like I mentioned, it's going to be the date I ran, the time that I ran, the distance, the pace, and then any notes I have. And that's just how I format it when I do the log as I go. And that's pretty much it. I'm going to leave these pages very blank in the hopes that I do many, many runs and I can put many, many things in here. I may end up going back through and add washi as the months go on, or if you noticed in this other planner, I added larger stickers when I wasn't doing any running at all. I may end up doing that as well just to help fill in the space so it doesn't look too blank, but we're having high hopes. We're going to succeed in 2026 with my runs. So I'm going to move on to the next section and we're going to just keep going. So then after the running log, I want to go ahead and have a media log. This is something I did back in 2024 as well, just because I really enjoyed keeping track of like the TV shows and things I was watching. I did keep track of it somewhat in 2025, but I like the system I had better in 2024. So we're going to go back to that. And with that, I'm going to use another little vinyl here. And I think I'm going to use my cute little tea frog, because usually the shows I like to watch are full of drama or mystery. And the frogs know the tea, you know, so we're just going to use him as the poster child for my media log here. And what I keep track of, like with my media log, is usually TV shows or Netflix. Sometimes if it's like a really long type of thing on YouTube, like Critical Role or a documentary I watched on YouTube, basically just any kind of content that I am watching on the regular. I like to keep track of it in here because it also helps me see like what content I reconsume. For instance, like the movie Pride and Prejudice with oh my gosh, I just blanked on her name. What? Keira Knightley, goodness gracious. It's like the 2013 Pride and Prejudice, I think. I've watched that movie every year, so I like to keep track of how many times I watch it because it's one of my favorites. Anyways, let's go ahead and title this baby out as Media Log. And we are going to do yet another vellum. And I think for this one, I want to do a yellow because he matches the frog really well. So I'm just going to take the thin washi, again, same process, and just kind of label this out on top. And then I will trim it. I'm connected to things. Okay, and then the same process as before. We are going to line up the edge of this with the crease of the page. And then take my pencil board and essentially push the washi into the crease. And it did the same thing as before because I am lower to this. I'm going to just push this a little bit more further over, and I'm just going to use my nail. Oops, and I ripped it. That's what I didn't want to happen. That's why I used the washi, or the pencil board. It's okay. It didn't rip all the way through the whole thing. It just ripped in like one spot, so I should be okay. There we go. Anyways, it's on. I'm definitely struggling with this now. I think I'm tired, so we're just gonna try to push through the rest of this, and then I will come back at a later time to show you guys the final thing. But let's just keep going. But for the media log, essentially this is what it will look like. I have the month here, and then I will have a list of all the TV shows and such that I will watch. So this is how 2024's ended up looking, and I have a feeling that 2026 will be similar. It's just got the date and then literally what episode I watched, or the show, things like that. So I'm going to do the same thing where I'm just going to title the top of this with January and write down the 2026 media log and then go to the next section. Alright, so it looks pretty much the same as the running log, but it's just for media purposes versus running. So the next section I want to put in here is my weightlifting tracking, or my weightlifting tracking, logging. I think it's considered more logging, but this is something I started in 2025 when I was getting really into my weightlifting stuff, and I really like how it turned out. So essentially in the back of my Hobonichi weeks here, I have the date, which these are the square dates from my shop that I was using to see what day it was, and then on the right hand side of the date I wrote down what workout I did. I didn't do super well in the beginning, but as the year has gone on, I've done a bit better, and there was a point where I was actually writing down like my actual weights and reps and things like that, and I really enjoyed looking back on this and seeing how I was doing and how I adjusted. And then in August I did the same thing where I was writing down weights and reps, and I even added in a little excerpt of like how the workout was. Like, did I feel like I was going to die? Do I feel like I crushed it? And I want to do this, I think, a bit more. So I left 5 pages per month for this section, and I'm hoping that's going to be enough. I'm probably going to just do this in, like, set it up as the month goes on versus pre-set up like January, February, March. Like, only give my month 5 pages in case some months I work out more, some months I work out less, because that's likely what's going to happen. It'll be a little bit more of a flux situation. But that is essentially what the section will end up looking like. And the vinyl I chose for this section is the Cute and Moody cow from my shop, and I don't know, whenever I go to the gym, sometimes I feel cute and sometimes I feel moody, so it's the perfect one for this section for me. She's just so cute and so moody. And we're going to add a couple of stars just to keep up with the theme, and some page freckles. And then we're going to title this out. My eye looks kind of smooshed, but I'm okay with it for now. I might change it later, I don't know. But I'm just going to go at weightlifting and then log, and then again grab another one of those stars. Look at that, I've almost made it through a whole sheet. I'm so proud of myself. And then do a few more page freckles. Do some up here in this corner. And then add in the vellum for this section. And I think I want to do the pink dice gems for this one to match the little pink nose of my cow. She's so cute. I'll just stick that pen there. And I don't even know if I said this, but this washi is from the Coffee Monsters Co. It's just like little suns. I don't know if that was necessary to mention. You can't really see it when it's used like this, but it is a very cute little washi. Okay, and then here we go back in here with our application, and let's see if I can get it right this time. I'm just going to start with my nail this time because we're already here, and I'm just not going to press very hard. Yeah, that was way easier. If you don't have nails though, use the pencil board. It works very well. Okay, I'm going to take those washi scraps off the back of my hand, and we are just going to keep going through this. So that is the weightlifting log. Again, I'm going to wait to do this section until I start in January, so I'm going to leave this blank for now, but it will hopefully end up looking something like this, with the date and then like an excerpt of like what I was doing for that month or that workout or whatever. And then the last section I have in here is my reading log, and essentially it's going to be the same as I have done in my Journal of Joy book here, where I have a full page reading sticker, which I'm going to use a blank one this year. And instead of just doing only the titles, I'm going to write a little bit of a review underneath each entry. At least that's the plan. But I also want to use the blank version so I can color coordinate like with my monthlies, kind of like how I color coordinate with the books that I'm reading. I want to color coordinate on the little sticker as well. So I'm going to go ahead and stick this full page sticker down on this side, and then I'm going to use the vellum next to it, and then I'm going to enter all of the entries behind it, if that makes sense. But let me pull this the other direction so I can see what I'm doing a bit easier, because I want this to be pretty centered, or as centered as I can get it. And then I'm going to use the same trick as before with the pencil board and just kind of slowly pull the backing off and use the pencil board to push down the full page sticker, so that way the whole thing is getting pushed onto the paper and I'm not getting any air bubbles. And she looks gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Man, Siobhan really came through with the technique on that one. I'm so grateful to you. Okay, so that is essentially all I'm going to do for this, because it's pretty self-explanatory. Let's read. And I'm going to just add the vellum on top of it just to make it another section in this book. So I'm going to pull this to the side over here and do our very last vellum, which is super exciting. And so everything is put together. I'm going to just line this up with the page, same as before. And again, I think I'm just going to use my nail for ease of use, but you can always use the pencil board, washi card, credit card, whatever, to help you push that into the crease. And it looks fantastic. I'm very happy with that. Okay, so I'm going to leave the rest of these pages blank because those will be for book reviews. And then the last thing I want to decorate in this planner is the back page. So if you remember from way back earlier when we started, I have this page here in the front. So I have the wallpaper and then 3 vinyls. Well, I want to do the same thing. So I have the wallpaper and then I have these 3 vinyls here. So I have essentially the sister to the roasted leaf or dried leaf water is the roasted bean water. So I'm going to put this one at the bottom, and then I'm going to use this Coffee Monsters Co. Nutrition Facts as like the opposite one over here. I thought about doing like my rising sign, which is Virgo, but I have these and I want to use them up. So I'm going to go ahead and stick this one down, and then I'm also going to use a numerology sticker again, and this one is going to be 444 right here in the middle. So we're going to go ahead and place these out so that way it matches the front of the planner and just adds a level of, you know, cohesion to the look of the book. Hey, that rhymed, the look of the book. I think I'm just going to peel this off. There's a really weird, like, awkward sticker piece hanging off. that probably got stuck to it from something on my desk, because my desk is an absolute mess. And I'm going to go ahead and bring this closer to me again so I can see what I'm doing. And then we're going to do the nutrition label fact on the other side and balance it out. Remember, we're doing the top and the bottom first, and then we do the middle, so that way everything is evenly spaced. And then I'm going to add the stars here after that once I put this 444 down. Alright, it's not super even, but it's the flyleaf page, and it probably threw me off because of that, but it's fine. It looks good. I am okay with it. We're going to add a few stars here. I'm going to cut this one and then use the side of it over here so that way it balances the page a bit better. And then use this other part up here. Okay, and then we're just going to add a few page freckles. To help add more of the more to the page. And I think I am done with that for now. Okay, so this was a big long chunk for me. I'm gonna take a rest, and I'm gonna go back through and finish the pages that I said I was going to do. So like the tracker pages, I'll finish filling out the monthly header pages for the logs in the back, and then I will come back for one final time and we will do a flip through of the whole book as a completed unit. If you've made it this far in the video, thank you for watching, and yeah, I'll be back in a second your time. It'll probably be like a day, maybe 2 days, I don't know, whenever I have time to pick this up again. I'll be back to do the rest of it. So I finished, and I want to show you guys the completed version. I went ahead and added in all of the tabs and all that kind of good stuff. And I finished out like the monthly sections and the back trackers and things like that. So let's go ahead and flip through this baby. And then at the end, I'm going to stick it in this gorgeous Trakin cover over here. But let me zoom you guys in just a little bit more. So on the front cover here, I have all of the vinyl stickers. I'm really happy with how this turned out.